Welcome back to the Packer Project. I am JJ Lahey, your host. I'm here with Christoph Scott. Um, a little bit of a hectic start here. In fact, I forgot to turn my light on here. There we go. Let's let it adjust. There we go. I can actually see me.
Nice.
Here we go. Packers coverage of the NFL draft. Day 2. We didn't have a pick yesterday, obviously. So for that reason, this channel didn't do any live coverage of round 1. Cowboys ended up trading back with the pick that we gave them for Micah Parsons and selecting Malachi Lawrence with that, a guy that I think we would have been pretty happy to get
Mm-hmm.
in the first round. So, but hey, we got Micah Parsons. So, interested to see how many of you guys show up and join us. Toolver says, you met Christoph last year at the draft, and here you are again. So that's technically true that we met in person at the draft, but we'd known each other for quite a few years at that point.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember the first time that you and I ever got connected. I think you were listening to my old podcast, like 4 or 5
Mm-hmm.
years ago, and you'd message me some of your thoughts about topics, and I can't remember what year that would have been, like 21 or 22 that we first got connected. So
Yeah, I think so. I think it was the year it was like 2 years before I did the whole draft engine thing, I think. And you were
I
on
think so.
the Packernet group with those guys.
Yeah, I bounced around a little bit. I was with Packernet, and I was with PackersTalk.com. So first round of the draft has kicked off here. Let's check if we get any picks. I think, 49ers are on the clock now officially as of 30 seconds ago. So, we'll see. We'll see how long it takes them
Mm-hmm.
to make their decision that they've had 24 hours to sit on, or 20 hours, anyways. So I think what we're officially going to do here, we're not going to wait for the picks to be live. So if you don't want them spoiled at all, I think what you should do is pause the stream by like 2 minutes, and then you can hear Roger Goodell say the name, and then you'll hear us talking about it. I think that's the best option.
Mm-hmm.
So we will we'll talk about the guys as they come in. We're gonna be looking at the remaining guys. I think, Chris, that night 1 fell pretty well for the Packers. Couldn't really have fallen much better. Like maybe if Caleb Banks or Chris Johnson had fallen to day 2, that would have been really nice.
Mm-hmm.
Not that either one of them was going to make it to the Packers pick, and not that I really think we would have gone Caleb Banks anyways, but all things considered, you had 2 running backs go, a couple off-ball linebackers. Of course, we're going to go early, but then Ty Simpson also going to the Rams. Ended up falling pretty nicely, I think, for the Packers. I don't think that the Packers could have, asked for it to fall a lot better for them.
Mm-hmm.
Keelan Rutledge going on day 1 was disappointing. I never thought he was going to make it to us. When I say never, I just mean the last couple days.
Mm-hmm.
Like, obviously, there's been a lot of points where I was saying, like, yeah, Keelan Rutledge is our second or third round pick. But in the last few days, like, I certainly felt that he was not really attainable. But it was still pretty surprising that he went in the first round. I think deservedly so. I'm glad that he went as early as he did. I think he's a fantastic player, is going to have a long NFL career, and I'm bummed we didn't get him, but I think he deserved to go in the first round. Dershel says Kristen Miller, no matter what. Chris, what was the biggest surprise to you for last night?
I think maybe just Kansas City and just like them trading up for Delane. Like I was like, I understand you're like trying to like jump over some cornerback needy teams and maybe you're thinking that there's just no one else in the draft, but like I kind of expected Mansour Delane to fall a little bit because I wasn't really that excited about his tape, and watching KC Concepcion like just smoke him multiple times. I mean, I was like, I kind of expected him to fall until like the later teens, and maybe some more priority on those offensive tackles and the wide receiver class, but some of those guys just dropped a little bit more. And then, they gave up capital for it. And like for what was that, the pick you let McDuffie go, and then you go after Delane giving up excess capital. I don't know. It was just weird to me. And then they come back with Peter Woods at the end.
I can't tell if it's me who's lagging or Chris, so I guess I'll hop in here. I thought that the Jets draft was really shocking. Number one, going Kenyan Sadiq, who I didn't really think should be a first rounder anyways. I know there was, he was a consensus first rounder, and everybody thought he was going to go to the Panthers. But then for him to not even be available to the Panthers at their pick was pretty shocking. And then to circle back around and grab another pass catcher at the end with Omar Cooper Jr., who, he was really good in college. I'm a little bit questioning how well he's going to fit in the NFL. He's people compare him to Debo, and I think that obviously his numbers kind of speak for themselves that he has the ability to create. I just don't know, man. I would not have taken him in the first round. Looking at Omar Cooper Jr., he was like a little bit on the south side of the productivity numbers that I'm ever looking for. Wide receiver OPS, he's under 1,000. He's a 903. Had 30 and a quarter inch arms. That's a little on the short side. His first downs per target, 48.4%. Dershel says Tibido got traded. Interesting. Let's see if this pick is in. Pick is not in yet, as far as I can see. I also don't see Tibido. Are you asking if he will be traded? I think he will. But the big question to me with Tibido, Insta posted, says Dershel. The thing with Tibido, he doesn't have. I don't think he has a lot of trade value. He hasn't been that good. Oh yeah, I see here. I'll put this up on the screen. Here's his post. So Tibido posted this. I don't think this should be necessarily super surprising that he would, be under the impression he's getting traded, because this is what everybody's talking about. I saw Matt Miller kind of freaking out about the Giants pick. I see if this is real. Nope, I think that's fake. I saw a leak about who the 49ers had taken, and it looks like it's not real. Here we go. Ole Miss wide receiver Dejon Stribling. That's the pick to the 49ers. That stinks. He's really good. However, second round, number 33 overall for Stribling. That surprises me for him to go that early. Adam Schefter, Tibido will not get traded. Next day, Tibido gets traded. Yeah, so back on Tibido. So I saw Matt Miller freaking out about the Arvell Reese pick and being like, I don't see where he fits in. The Giants have this like loaded pass rusher room, and he's listing these guys. And I'm like, this is the dumbest take. Like you're picking in the top 10. You have to pick, a premier pass rusher if he's available. And you're like saying, well, Thibodeau's here right now. The Giants want Thibodeau gone. Like they have been openly shopping him. The problem is nobody wants him. Tibido is not that productive of a guy. I grabbed a couple numbers here, actually. Here's the problem. Spelling Tibido is really challenging. So when I'm searching my notes for Tibido, here we go. Here's my notes on Tibido. 2025, he was having a better year as a run defender, although he got injured and missed the second half of the season. Prior to that, he stunk as a run defender. But when I say he was having a better year, he was still only the 79th best run defender off the edge. Like, he improved to 79th. Ooh, big whoop. His run havoc rate was 79th in the NFL. So that's tackles, assists, tackles for loss, run stops per run defense snap. So you're thinking, okay, well, fine, but he's a pass rush specialist, right? He's 117th in pressure rate. For a early former first round pick in the final year of his rookie deal, he's not getting the 5th year option. You know, the Giants are thinking they're going to get a first round pick back for him or something. I don't think you're getting more than a 3rd or a 4th for this guy, and even that I think would be generous.
I think it's weird that the Giants have Abdul Carter, Burns, Tibido, and now Reese. It's like you got 4 edge rushers on your defensive line. You gave up Dexter Lawrence. Like, oh my gosh.
Chase Besantis to the Cardinals. That's a little bit better pick than what they did yesterday.
Jeremiah Love.
I thought
I kind of expected it. I just Monty is kind of one of those like best player available type GMs or move to make it fit for you.
I don't have a problem with going best player available. I have a problem with
the fact that you're losing.
He's not the best prospect. Like best player available does not mean who can contribute the most at their position today. That's not what it means. It means regardless of your positional needs, who's going to turn into the most valuable player.
Mm-hmm.
De facto, a running back can't be the answer in the early first round. Chris, look at where the Lions are at. Okay, in 2023, I think it was 2023. They took Jahmyr Gibbs and Jack Campbell.
With Jack Campbell, right?
Yeah, early first round.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm immediately reacting and saying, like, this is wild to me that you're sinking all this draft capital into these low value positions.
Mm-hmm.
And I've had this conversation a bunch of times, even just this spring, with people who like can't grasp the concept of high value versus low value positions. Mm-hmm. And so I need to come up with a good metaphor for it. But it's like you can go find a great running back for not a lot of money any year. Guess what the Lions need really badly right now? Corner, left tackle, second edge rusher. You know, they're like, these are premium positions that are really hard to find. And they don't have a
Goff, they could use a quarterback, yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Like, they have no future at quarterback. Mm-hmm. And they're paying premium money to statistically the most average quarterback there is in the NFL.
Yeah, one of my things is like, I mean, you look at the value that draft capital value of those early picks, and it's just tremendous. And it's like, it's basically set up in a way where they're almost treating every pick as though it should be a quarterback, because those like first 10 picks is just so much value. So like, that's why like the Chiefs trading up to get a corner in the top 10 like just doesn't make any sense to me, because it's so much capital to go up and get that. It's like you're giving up capital you need to fill out all the other 22 spots in your roster, right? Not to mention the 20 rotational players, or different like your base and your nickel and your your 12 personnel versus your 13 or 11 personnel. Like, you need everything. And so, like, these first round picks, like, I'm always like, if you're trading back, I feel like you're almost always winning, unless,
Yes.
you're taking a cornerback or a quarterback, right? Maybe you want to be like some really elite edge rusher, some really elite, number one wide receiver, because there just aren't that many. But I'd rather just trade back and make sure that I have more talent contributing to all the other players around him. Because, if they have a lockdown corner, but I have 3 number 2 receivers, like, my other 2 guys are going to have better matchups than, their 7th round QB or cornerback 3, Because you look at these rosters, it's like everyone's playing undrafted free agents in their starting lineup. And so it's like, where do you get the best mismatch? Is it between, your first round pick and their first round pick? Or is it, having 4 second round wide receivers versus a first round corner, third round corner, and an undrafted free agent? Like, the mismatch there is the second round guy and the 7th round guy. You can pick that at defensive power all day. But if you're playing, my number 12 wide receiver versus your, guy you drafted 20th overall to play corner, it's like you get more of a wash, Mansour Delane versus Casey Concepcion. Like, even though, like, Concepcion, like, burned him multiple times during that game, like, he was still decently covered for most of the game. Like, it's not a runaway mismatch.
Yeah.
So I like the whole trading back to get out of the first. More capital, the better. The winners of last night were the guys who traded back. San Francisco getting out of there. I'm just looking through all the drafts now. Like, the Bills moved back.
Speaking of the Bills, they just took TJ Parker, the edge out of Clemson. So that's 3 for 3 with the first 3 picks being, I think, really quality guys with DeJohn Stribling, Chase Basantis, TJ Parker. I would have been thrilled with any of those 3, even at 52. Oh,
I really like the Cowboys, what they came away with, and with Downs and Mekhi Lawrence.
So Texans take Caden McDonald, who we all thought the Texans were going to take him, but we thought they were going to take him last night. So this is a very predictable fit.
I thought exactly Caden McDonald was going to be the first defensive tackle off the board, because I was like, I'm just not sold on Banks or Woods. Yeah,
I can't stand Woods. I'm completely out on Woods. Banks I like, but there were just the health concerns. But if you were confident in his medicals, Banks is the guy I would have taken first between the two. K-Mac, the benefit of K-Mac is he's super young. Like, crazy good run defender, super young, and you're hoping, hey, we can develop him into, being a 3-down guy and add and pass rush to his game. And
especially for a team like Houston, where it's like you're in that building stage, so you need those guys who are young, who are going to develop, later to be your run in, like, year 2 or 3, which is kind of where I see the Texans as an organization right now. I feel like you're maybe a year away before you want to be in that contention mix. I mean, they've got pieces there. I'm not sure they'll be able to put it together. The defensive front is scary good.
And if K-Mac's, pass rush game really can develop, I think you're sitting in a really good spot at that point, where you're going to have. I mean, the strength of their team, anyways, last year was the defense.
Yeah, for sure. With Stingley and Lassiter and Will Anderson,
and if you're beefing up the interior of that D line, obviously they obviously need to fix the offense, and it starts with the offensive line, of course. But
yeah, the O-line struggling. Danielle Hunter's still around.
Yeah, he had a crazy good year last year. I couldn't believe it. It was like the ghost of Daniil Hunter returned to haunt the NFL again. Like, actually, I resurrected him to terrorize you guys. So, at this point, who do you like best for the Packers? Oh, we have another pick in here. Let's see who this one is. This is, come on. Oh, no, it's just a duplicate of Kid McDonald. Okay. So who do you like for the Packers here? I'm curious who your top guys are.
Yeah. I was going to create a board so I could see the existing picks and make them as we went along. But the mock draft database decided to send out an update yesterday.
I know.
It's broken. You can't do a 7th-round draft.
That's not the only thing that's broken on there. Yeah, they decided to roll out a whole update and like
right before the draft.
Completely overhaul the entire interface. It's like, why don't you wait like 3 weeks and just have this ready for next year? Or at least wait a week. But like right now is when people are going to be looking at it the most. I thought that was crazy.
Yeah, I'm still, I feel like they're going to, my thought is that they're going to do like some trade up and they're going to take like Avion Terrell in the 40s here. That's just, I don't know. I get that feeling.
But, well, forget Avion Terrell. I mean, Jermon McCoy's still available.
I just don't know if they would. I think he's going to go in one of these few picks. Someone's going to be like, we'll take him regardless of the medicals.
Well, here's the thing. If he falls within the reach of the Packers, the Packers are not going to be the team to take a swing on him. Like the most cautious. So I got here. Chris made this. This is a Green Bay Packers draft bingo. So that we will we'll try and fill this out as the night goes on.
I think the only one that I did all of this with respect to the Packers picks, except for I guess maybe like the politics one, because I was thinking about last year. Who was it? Like AJ Hawk or somebody had like that speech where he like mentioned the president or something.
That was Clay Matthews.
Was it Clay Matthews? Yeah. And so I was like, if that happens, we can mark that one.
I thought that was very unexpected and very funny.
Yeah. But like, we got the Oscar Delp selection. I was like, if that happens, that's got to be a spot.
Yeah, so we got the Goot trades up, drafts pure RAS, takes offensive line. So explain this one to me. Ireland flag appears. What's this about?
So that one and John Kuhn. John Kuhn's going to be the pick announcer for the Packers for the second round. And then the third one is the international fan of whatever, but they're from Ireland. So I'm like, there's a chance that they throw up the Irish flag. Like, it could happen.
Interesting.
And we got a QB pick. You take your QB3, QB2, maybe. However you're seeing them.
I think what we should do, we should post this on social media so that people can download it for themselves. Since we're not live streaming the draft tomorrow, and it's so to have the full 6 remaining rounds to go ahead and fill this out.
Yeah, because we'll only have 2. It'll be really difficult. He'll have to trade back and pick an older kicker and then a QB today, and then we'd have
from Ireland.
From Ireland. Kicker with an injury from Ireland. Is there one? Oscar Delp, who would be the derailed pick. There you go. There's another good one.
There's a couple of these I need you to explain to me. One is not a Packer, now a Packer. What does that mean?
I was thinking about what's his name? Are they a Packer fit?
Okay.
Are they outside of that board?
Sure. Colton Hood just went to the Giants.
Yeah. You got to figure that someone was going to be like, we'll wait, Everyone, I'm surprised that nobody decided to pick that up, because it always seems like somebody's willing to take that risk. I mean, Josh Simmons, the tackle who was hurt, who's the wide receiver that the Lions took, Jameson Williams. When he was like out for a year. Even I think Jackson Smith and Jigbo was coming back from an injury when he was selected.
Yep.
And I think he missed a big chunk of his rookie season. So like, I mean, you're thinking about more than the first half of their first year as a rookie, right? If they're going to be able to contribute. I have been thinking, like, I kind of expected these corners to fall more because the last few drafts, like, cornerbacks have fallen, which is, I always thought was weird, but I was like, maybe I'm not understanding something. Like Will Johnson falling to 46 when he was like top 15. You know, Colton Hood was a top 20 pick, falls to like 37.
Yeah. I mean,
I kind of thought Chris Johnson would fall, but I wasn't sure.
And Jermod McCoy is the one who was hurt. Colton Hood wasn't hurt.
Yeah,
so
sorry.
McCoy was the one who was hurt, and he's still falling.
Yeah.
So Colton Hood, Tulfa said, how early would Goot trade up? Well, it depends on what he's willing to give up. Because if you package 52 and 84, that gets you about to 40-ish, give or take. So I would say like the range for what you could get with those two picks is like maybe 37 to 43, somewhere in there. Before you'd have to start throwing in other capital as well. So I'm
I try to think like
in here right now
how close you can get with those 5th round picks, because you see that a lot. Like teams want to trade their 4th or 5th round picks and save their 3rds and 4ths, and so that gets you to like about 41. You know, packaging those two together. Yeah, 41. It's really close.
So I see we have Tyler Dershel, who says Kristen Miller, no matter what. Our guy Finchy from the UK says good evening. Finchy, I'm curious, do your fellow UKers, do your fellow Brits know that the draft is happening? Is that on people's radar at all? My wife was at her group yesterday. She's got like this mom's group that she goes to, and she asked the ladies there, she's like, hey, what are you guys doing for the draft tonight? And she got a bunch of blank stares, and somebody said, the draft? What are you talking about? And they thought that she was talking about like the Iran war. She's like, never mind, this is the wrong crowd of people to be talking about the draft with.
Draft beer? What are you talking about?
What are you doing for the draft? What did you do for the draft beer tonight? Explain. There's another one I want you to explain on here for me. It's right underneath the free spot, the Goot Smirk. Does that say MDB Packer?
MD Mock Draft Database Packer. Now I can't see it because they updated their site. But sure. They used to have those suggestions, right? Whether this prospect is a fit for that team. And there was about 20 of them. And so I was thinking if they take one of those guys, I think I had sent you some of them, like Dominique Orange was one, Brian Parker, Renee Conga, those guys who are undrafted.
Renee Conga has been kind of one of the last few guys to be on my, getting my attention.
On your radar.
Yeah, one of the last few guys that I went ahead and took a look at before the draft actually rolled in here.
He had a good combine. His production wasn't bad.
I'm in on Conga. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that I'd want earlier than like the 6th, but he's.
Yeah. I could see him going at like 160, but it's like you'd want to take him at like the 201.
I mean, he certainly would be a, sub-package situational guy. You're not getting a ton of playing time out of him, but you still need guys like that on your roster.
And the other TCU linebacker, Nambi Biazior, he's been okay for TCU. He kind of looks the part. Jalen Waldhall he was an FBS school guy.
FCS.
The other Texas A&M corner, Chapel, which I think is just like, it's kind of funny with the TCU linebacker and the Texas A&M corner. Like the other guys, Elam Zor and Will Lee, they're on our radars, but it's like, what about the other guy? What if you just had the interview with that guy to go ask him about their teammate? Be like, what do you think about this guy? This is how
it's funny. You have all these really prominent pairings Akeem Mesidor and Ruben Bain, Sonny Styles
Mhm.
and Arvel Reese,
Mhm.
Takari Davis and Ephesians Prysock.
Mhm.
There's another one. Oh, the Utah tackles, Lomu and
Mhm.
Fano.
The
Where it's
Ohio
like, all
State
right,
receivers with
it's only
oh
one
wait,
Ohio State
what's the other
receiver.
one?
It, you got
No, I'm
the
thinking
Ohio State
Styles is
linebackers,
a
the linebackers,
cornerback. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm trying to. There's somebody else who I was trying to think of. Mhm.
and then the guys you're mentioning right now. It's like the B squad of pairings.
Mhm.
So I got here. This is not my board. This is
Just
actually
Iowa's
Brian
entire
Moffey's.
offensive line, maybe.
That's true. You get
They're
Logan
all
and
there.
Jennings and everybody.
Yeah,
Tool for
you
this
got
wants to know, is that the iced tea lemonade flavor of Redacted? Yes, it is. It's been probably close to a year since I've had it. I don't love it, but it's been long enough since I've had it that I am in the mood for it again.
got some regular iced tea. I'm gonna switch it up with a brandy old fashioned after I'm done.
Oh, nice, nice. I have
I, I got
regular
some of
hot
the
tea
fancy
right here
cherries.
to save my vocal cords.
Yeah, yeah, very nice.
When we were on the pod here on Tuesday night, my voice was just I was absolutely losing my voice by the end of the pod, and just miserable. And so Wednesday, I barely talked, and my daughter was very frustrated with me. She's like, "Why are you not talking?" I'm like, "I'm trying to rest up my
Mm.
voice." And so Thursday, I didn't do much talking either. Wolfus is
Mm.
also drinking tea. Says sipping some Earl Grey. Very nice, very nice. So I have Brian Moffey's database here we can look at for fun. I have mine as well, but what he's got here, this is specifically like which guys fit the thresholds the most. So if you're looking at a position, you're really if you're really trying to be predictive. So this is not digging into how good are they. It's literally just trying to be predictive about the metrics for these guys. Should check and see if we got the next pick yet. Finally, Denzel Boston to the Browns is gone, and I missed Traden Stukes just went to the Raiders as well. Pretty crazy that Traden Stukes went 38 um, in the early days of this draft season after the college games were done being played. We were mock drafting Traden Stukes in the 6th, 7th round as our corner option. Hopefully this is what are the Browns doing? What did you want them to do? Out of curiosity. I think Denzel Boston is a heck of a good player. I think he's better than a handful of the receivers who went last night. I'm not at all there on McClellan. And I enjoyed watching Omar Cooper Jr. play, but I have some reservations about his ability to translate to the NFL. And who else? Concepcion is decent. I really like obviously Jordan Tyson. Tyson's like the guy. After it's him and Carnell Tate. Whichever flavor you like better.
This is the shirt, which took me a long time to find a green and gold flannel because
Hey, you don't see those very often.
yeah, most flannels it's like the red and green, red and black or whatever. But this was I think I actually got it from somebody else, but these guys seem to be carrying it.
What's that brand? Is it Swamp Buck Camo? Is the brand?
Mm-hmm. That's a site that has it right now. I thought it was called something else, but that was the only one that I found when I looked for it. It's kind of nice. It feels nice. It's good quality.
R. Mason Thomas. the the first post I see here from Aaron Wilson just calls him Mason Thomas, which is not his name. His first name is R. Mason, not Mason.
Mm-hmm.
So Chiefs took R. Mason Thomas. Very, very predictable fit. Didn't they take Ruben Bain last night too? No,
How you,
he went to the.
what are you looking at to get ahead of these picks? Are you just following like draft Twitter?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ruben Bain went to the
Like
Buccaneers.
I got the live NFL Draft Network on the side, and I'm like, they're still on Cleveland's pick,
Yeah, they take forever.
right? They always fall behind because they're trying to fit in ads and the programming.
I'll tell you what I did not miss the most out of everything from because I was at the last two drafts in person. What I did not miss the most was the house band. Having to listen to the music the whole way through. It was just both years. Year two, they did a little bit better job of selecting a house band to come in there and abuse our eardrums. Wolf has said at least we get to boo Goodell with this show. Well, I watched Draft Day.
Did you?
It's my tradition.
It's a low key good movie, I think. I mean,
I watch it every single year. I mean,
yeah.
it's so dumb. It's really, really dumb. It cracks me up how casual they are about like, yeah, we're gonna trade up for the number one overall pick without a player in mind, just to have the number one overall pick, just cause. It's so funny to me. But I watch it every single year.
They're like, obviously they're doing it for the quarterback, but it's like, then he's like, but maybe not. Maybe I'm doing it for somebody else.
So since they don't boo Goodell in the movie, I have to boo out loud as I'm watching it. Topher that says Green and Gold is a great movie. What is Green and Gold?
Yeah, I don't think I've seen that.
Gold movie. Oh, wait, what? No way. This can't be a real picture. He's got the Packers logo on. All right.
That looks like it's AI generated. What is this?
2025, a struggling family farmer wages everything on a high-stakes championship bet, while his granddaughter's musical ambitions could be their ticket to a new life. Is this the
2025 drama film?
It's actually about the Packers.
Shot in Door County.
You know who this kind of looks like is what's his name? He's Mr. Incredible, the voice of Mr. Incredible, and he's the dad in that show, like Family something. What is that guy's name? Plays Bob Parr in The Incredibles. This is probably not who that is. He just kind of looks like it.
Craig T. Nelson.
Craig T. Nelson. Is that who it actually is?
That's who it is, yeah.
Wow. So they got Craig T. Nelson to be... All right, so... Yeah, it is. That's who it is. So apparently we need to watch this movie and then review it on the podcast.
I like
Packers movie.
Feel like I've been there.
A 6.7 on IMDb. Is it on Rotten Tomatoes? That's the question.
67% on Rotten Tomatoes.
If it's above 60%,
it's really about
50%, you're good.
Yeah, the audience gives it a 98%, so it's worth
Probably
it.
all Packer fans who watched it.
Yeah.
Cassius Howell went to the Bengals. Headline: 49ers hoping and trying to trade wide receiver Brandon Ayuk. Who in the world is going to give you a wooden nickel for Brandon Ayuk? 12 says Charlie Barons is in the movie. Dershel wants to know, does Godzilla show up? Well, let's find out.
The fact that Charlie Barons shows up.
See where it says what to know? I'm going to click what to know. This will probably tell us whether Godzilla is in it, because that's definitely what we need to know.
Have you ever
Green
seen...
and Gold doesn't glitter with originality, but does an honest day's work. Well, that's not Godzilla. No.
It's fine.
No Godzilla.
It's like a Hallmark movie for dudes, maybe.
Sounds exactly like what... I mean, that's basically Draft Day. Draft Day is a Hallmark movie for dudes. There's a bunch of scenes of Craig T. Nelson working out in tighty whities. It's so weird but hilarious. Godzilla is in it in metaphors. All right. I'm here for that. Kristen Miller to the Saints.
Oh.
So, a question for you. Do you think that the Packers would have actually taken
Kristen Miller?
Kristen Miller?
I feel like
I think that was the dream for a lot of us that we really wanted Kristen Miller.
Mm. Like when you look at all these like, three techs, you're like Kristen Miller, Grayson Halton, Caleb Proctor. Like I'd be really happy with one of those guys. I I don't think they would have taken Halton. Um, I think they could have taken
Well, Halton's
Kristen
still
Miller or
available.
Proctor. Yeah,
Halton's still available.
yeah. I think
Let's look here. So
the language makes me think that they'd only really consider like a true nose tackle, like
yeah,
upgrade, where they're like, oh,
yeah.
we really like what Stackhouse and Jonathan Ford can do for us, but like, are you just saying that? You pulling my chain? You're just gonna take Dominique Orange and make him your true nose or one of these other
He
guys?
didn't give us any real information. Like he told us that they
Mm-hmm.
want a nose tackle. He told us they want corners, and then he
Mm-hmm.
basically
He's like,
suggested that the whole rest of the roster is fantastic and they don't need anything.
mm-hmm. He's like, I really like where our O line's at. I'm like, yeah, I can see like the whole continuity thing and like wanting to mature and not taking O line. It's just like when you get into these later rounds, it doesn't seem like there's many options other than O line and D line because the corners and safeties and linebackers and all the playmakers are just so I don't know what you would do with them.
I'm kind of starting to suspect, like, what if it really is going to be Caleb Proctor at 52?
Mm-hmm.
Like
I could see it.
your options are going to be Chris McClellan, Dominique Orange, Rayshon
Mm-hmm.
Benny, Caleb Proctor, assuming he makes it to 52. Caleb Proctor might not make it. I mean, like the run on defensive tackles has started, and it might just even speed up from here, frankly.
Mm-hmm. Or like the edge pick. He didn't. I don't remember him saying anything about like our edge positions. The Kevon Crawford or Joshua Josephs,
I'm not that
Gabe
in on
Backus.
Josephs. I do like Crawford.
You're
Let's do
you're a Derek
this.
Moore guy, right? I think I've
You
recalled
shut
some
your
Derek
dirty mouth.
Backus.
You shut your dirty mouth.
Can we get
I'm not
can we get
standing for
Jyshawn
that.
Barham at 52? I think that would be a good pick. I feel like
No, I
he's
wouldn't
one of
mind
those
that. I
guys,
I like Jay Sean, but I want to play him at linebacker.
an off-ball linebacker,
Well, I mean we're
true
3-4,
off-ball.
so let's look here. Who did you say? Joshua Josephs. Let's look at him here.
Mm-hmm. I'm
So
still
51
fingers
tackling
crossed for
grade.
Jacob Rodriguez. He hasn't been picked.
25-year-old Jacob Rodriguez.
Mm-hmm.
So he is really light, 242 pounds. That would be significantly lighter than anybody that the Packers take at defensive end. Also,
Mm-hmm. They've always taken those heavier guys in their 3-4 defensive schemes. But the fact
not
that
a
they took Colin Oliver last year made me think maybe they're looking at these like, having another tweener or something. I say tweener, I mean, these guys are still like 250 pounds, 240,
yeah,
250. Rather than their like, I feel like their traditional guy has been like 6'7, 270, 280.
6'7", huh? See what you're doing.
That
I see what you're doing.
was not intentional.
Yeah, Kristen Miller official. So Joshua Josephs, not very. Let's see, Joshua Josephs. I lost it somewhere. There we go. Not very productive either. So 51
Mm-hmm.
tackling grade, 13.9% run havoc rate, and 11.4% pass havoc rate. Those are pretty pedestrian numbers for both.
Mm-hmm.
Moderately athletic, an 8.54. That would be a little bit on the low end for the Packers with their first pick in the draft.
Mm-hmm.
22 and a half years old. He'll be getting close to 23 by the time he plays his first snap in the NFL. Pressure, as a miss rate of 24%, pass pressure rate of 17.3%, which I do like. Hopefully said Kristen Miller makes rap music. That's a negative. There was a hot minute there where like I feel like all of the Trade. Cowboys are acquiring linebacker D. Winters from the 49ers.
For what?
Via Tom Pelissero. Doesn't say yet. 17.3% pressure rate is decent. It's like kind of the threshold of what I'm looking for in the NFL. Or I'm sorry, in college. Joshua Josephs, I don't know that I see the upside here with like the athleticism is not crazy and he's not super young. I know he's 22 years old, but he's not 21. So for him to be a little bit small, not very productive in college, not a hyper athlete, doesn't really excel anywhere except for rushing the passer, and even so, he's not terribly productive. It's just, high pressures.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, this is like a round 4 type of guy.
Yeah, he is like in that sort of. Well, he's in the third
projected
round,
at 83, which would mean we probably would, it'd be right around in line with where our pick would be in the 3rd round.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, how many times are they gonna announce the Kristen Miller pick? Holy moly! Who's the other guy you wanted to look at? Joshua Josephs, and who else? Was it Gabe Akas?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh no,
Kevon Crawford,
wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, where is he? Here he is.
I feel like outside of those, there's really, I guess, denied Dennis Sutton. Outside of those guys, like I just don't see these later round guys as being like an edge rusher that they would actually play. I mean, maybe like Vincent Anthony, who's like later in the 7th. Tyreek Sapp's like a late climber out of Florida. I think some people have been like Caden Curry fans.
I like Caden Curry decently well, and he's still young. Jacob Rodriguez to the Dolphins at 43. So scratch that one off your list. Again,
Patrick, Green Bay South. I'm kind of liking what they've done. The Dolphins in this draft.
No,
Patrick Payton.
Caden Proctor was a horrific pick.
Patrick Payton from LSU. I think he was a first round, like projected first round, either at the beginning of this season or maybe it was last year, and then he just didn't declare last year.
I liked him. Yeah.
But now, like, people are saying, well, he could be a 7th round pick, and somebody wants him to be used as like a gunner or something on special.
Lions moved up 6 spots for a 4th round pick.
Nice.
They're on the clock. They traded with the Jets. So Dershel wanted to see the list of top 30 visits. So this is the guys who's missing from this, I think, actually, is the so I had the quarterback on here twice and re-added him. Hold on here. What's his name? Drones. Okay, Drones. I think I need to put the visit on for him. I do. All right, now I can fix this. So I put he was on there, and then I added him a second time and forgot to.
Is this going to be a cornerback?
It might be. It might be Jermon McCoy here.
I can see him doing something like that.
Prediction by you. So let's see. I'll sort this by consensus. So of guys who are, so Lee Hunter's still available. Chris Brazel is still available. The only guys who have been taken so far are Kristen Miller. Dershel says Zion Young. That's an interesting prediction too. I could see that. I could see that. They should take a defensive end. That's what they should do. And there's not a lot of really premium guys left there.
Mm-hmm. There's nothing that like makes me excited. I'm like looking at these guys. I'm like, I don't see. Like I want the guy who is undervalued in the 2nd, who might have been a 1st round pick, but people are overlooking him. I'm just like, is there anyone who's really fitting that for me anymore? Like you take Take Stowers, right?
Mm-hmm.
Some people really like Elijah Surratt or Chris Bell.
Yeah, I'm looking at who cross off a bunch of these
Pregnan.
guys. Pregnan, I think, would kind of be the dream for me. Hide all
It
these guys who've been taken.
feels like an appropriate pick if it came around.
McNeil Warren is still available. That'd be sick.
Oh yeah. I'd like that. Got 6
Hood is
picks.
gone. Cassius Howell, Ehana Chor, Caleb Banks. So Zion Young's still there. These are the guys who are falling.
They took Derek Moore.
Malachi Lawrence.
Yeah.
Did they really take Derek Moore?
They traded up for Derek Moore. You're like, thank God he's off the board.
Oh, I'm so happy. That's hilarious. Boo. Thank you. He sucks so much. I'm so glad he's gone. I still think it's going to be Dalen Everett, Anthony Hill, or maybe Will Lee. I think Akas is kind of a sleeper pick for me. I just have some questions about him, but the Packers might have answers.
I was there's one like draft analyst that I follow who does like scouting for all these guys, and he was like, the cornerback class, he's been saying, he's like, it's really spread out with like Dalen Everett and Devin Moore and Julian Neal, but he's like, to me, like these guys are well within the top 100, and a lot of them are like above pick 80, and it's just like on the consensus board that they get spread out because some people are just really low on them. It pulls them down. But, it's like because of that range, it's like I could see the Packers, having a higher grade on any one of these guys. Being like Dylan Everett at 52 doesn't seem crazy to me because for, Keith Abney, who's 66, Julian Neal, like 107, like I could see them being higher on these guys. I still like Julian Neal. I feel like he's a very Packery pick.
Yeah, here's the thing with him. So Julian Neal, here we go. Julian Neal had a pretty poor 3-cone, 713, which is pretty significantly outside of what the Packers are looking for. So I think you have to just ask yourself how much you think that's going to matter.
All those things matter. That's where it's like any of these corners, I feel like that's like that not a Packer, now a Packer thing, because it's like all of them, they're either too small or they're missing the 3-cone.
Height, weight, and 40 are what matter the most for the Packers, but it's not that they don't care about 3-cone. Dershowitz says, doesn't Gannon run a lot of dime? Emmanuel McNeil Warren would be a good fit if he's still there. Yeah, I mean, and I would not be opposed to getting
just take the number one. Just take the number one prospect.
Zion Young has gone to the Ravens. Typical to get another guy who fell to him.
Nice.
I think that Jermon McCoy.
Do we end up with Jermon McCoy?
I don't think the Packers would be the ones to swing on him, is the thing. Like, I'm telling you, man, look, Anthony Hill, 981 RAS.
Please no.
Where's Dalen Everett? Braden Stukes is gone. I need to take him off of here. Why can't I see Dalen Everett? Where is he?
I'd rather have CJ Allen than Anthony Hill.
Dalen Everett.
I think he's still available.
Who, CJ Allen? He is available, yes. All right.
Brandon Cece.
Wait, is
I'd
Cisse
l-
gone, or are you just saying the name?
no, he's still there. I was just checking.
All right.
I'd rather
Whatever.
avoid taking this
Consensus on
like. There's this
13
cluster of
there.
wide receivers at this position with like Branch, Brazel, and Bernard,
Nice.
and it's like I'd rather not spend a pick on any one of those guys.
Look,
That would make me very sad.
989 RAS for Dalen Everett.
Mhm.
He's 22 years old. I just think this is
I,
where we're going.
I really like his mentality. Like if you've
Everett's.
yeah, if you've seen like his like interviews and like he's very like intense and into it, and he's got like that chip on his shoulder. Like he wants to say it's like that alpha mentality that you want to see in a corner. And I watch these guys' interviews because there's a lot of guys who are seem really uncertain of their own abilities. And I'm like, I don't want that. Like if I'm expecting you to start as a rookie, I want, that guy who thinks he's he's the shit, So he's the he's the guy.
He's just packery up and down too. And then like it's almost a meme at this point that it's the Georgia guy, right? But
Yeah. And like I always like to see, that this guy was like a 4 or 5 star coming out of high school, like they've always had like a lot of confidence to them. They've always had, the high evals and the praise going forward to live up to that next level of expectation.
you know who else, by the way, has that mentality you're talking about, that personality, is Will Lee, who again, in my
Mm-hmm.
top 3 predictions for the Packers, just in terms
Mm-hmm.
of just being a tough, go out there and just give you the business, big attitude, just oozing with confidence. Like,
You're like starting fights during the play, I realize like, I watch
True.
these like edge rushers and tackles just like get into it like after the play's over, and you're just like, damn. Sorry. I can't.
Why did all the guys I just hid just came back on here again? How'd that happen? It's annoying. Here's what I need to do.
I'm wondering. I have the actual draft going on in the background, and I'm wondering, do you think when John Kuhn comes out there that people are going to do the Kuhn thing, be like Kuhn, or is it Pittsburgh and no one really cares?
I
This is
can't
just a clown.
imagine that. I can't imagine that.
He has that deep of a following that it transcends football cities.
Yeah, I can't imagine that. It just seems hard for me to. Nick said, "I'm here to see Mike Washington go to Green Bay, and I'm not ready for it." Yeah, I mean that's kind of like worst case scenario, isn't it?
I
Like, other than
feel,
somebody who's like
yeah,
wildly inappropriately unvalued.
the draft always feels like Minesweeper when you're making your very first pick, and you're like, I have no idea what this is, and it could just be the end of the game for me.
I tweeted that I am honestly a little bit relieved that I didn't have to watch Goody do something insane last night. And I stand by that.
He's like, well, Micah Parsons was better than anything we would have gotten. It's like, okay, yeah, but the only reason you do that trade for Micah Parsons is because you're at that position where that next player mortgaging your future capital is going to put you in contention for the Super Bowl, right? And it kind of like it sets that clock where it's like, it's this year, it was last year, and it's this year, and by the next year, like that draft capital starts to hurt you more and more because your other positions get weaker. So it's like, unless you like trade someone else away.
I'm generally always opposed to trading picks for players,
Mm-hmm.
but I think Goody's awful record in the first round made me more open to the concept.
Just trade him. Just go for vets.
Yeah. Or just getting more value and getting out of the first round, like trading back into the second and third, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, if you're not taking a quarterback, just trade back. Like, you're not going to do wrong. Like, all of these guys, like having, I mean, if you just got any two guys from the second round for your first round pick, would I rather have, like, I don't know, Cade McDonald and Cassius Howell?
But the inside scoop tool for this here, Josiah Trotter to Tampa. I don't see that one, so.
Or would I rather have Caden Proctor? Like, I don't.
Miss me with Caden Proctor, man. I can't believe they did that. So
they're just like he's a versatile player and he's young, and like
yeah, but he's a nutcase.
You're going for upside.
Caden Proctor is a nutcase.
Like, he's 350 pounds. I don't care if he's 350 or 300. It's about how you leverage your power. In fact, I'd rather you be 300 than 350 because you're more mobile. You get that mobility, especially if you're talking about a guy who's going to be playing a guard who might have to, pull and block. Like, I don't know. I mean, to me, it's not awful, but it's like I would have rather had Blake Miller. Max,
I would definitely rather have Blake Miller. Yeah, Iannachor has absolutely been the dream. I mean, honestly, I think if I could have had my pick of anybody in this draft, it would have been really tempting to go with Ioane, Penn State, the guard.
Yeah.
Just lines up really well with our needs, and the dude is just an absolute hog. I think he's the best pound for pound. I think he's the best offensive lineman that was in this draft. So if you're gonna drop him down below the tackles because of
the only reason you do that is certainly get position. It. I like. Did you see the? Who is it? Sean McVay or?
What about Sean McVay?
With the Rams, the interview after the fact, they're like, "How'd you feel about the Ty Simpson?" And just like you could just see like his blood boiling on his face, and he's like, "It's like, oh, keep that between me and my GM or whatever."
I didn't see that at all, but from what I had heard, McVay was completely on board with the pick. I didn't see the interview.
Yeah, he seemed like behind it, like he's like all smiles, but behind it, just like it just feels like he's like grimacing, or I don't know. That's what I thought watching it.
Here, I got the clip. Let's look at it. JJ, wasn't Lee Hunter in your first mock? I can't remember my first mock, man. That was months ago. McVay was steaming in the presser for sure. Well, let's watch it. I just got to remove.
I think I remember watching you and Jake take Lee Hunter in one of the very first mocks, but it was back when he was like a really late round pick. When we were still picking him up in like the 6th or the 5th or something.
I remember taking Chris Johnson and Max Iannachor and Venga Ioane and Emmanuel Pregnon really early on. All right, let's listen to what McVay said. Chris, give me a thumbs up if the audio comes through, and if it doesn't, then tell me to stop.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
I'll keep that between us. We'll see. He's going to compete with Stetson. Yeah, I did. I'll keep that between us.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think he normally does a little bit better job of keeping his feelings.
Yeah. Jeremy Bernard to Pittsburgh. Josiah Trotter went to Tampa.
Yeah, I see Bernard to the Steelers. I never saw the Trotter one. That's interesting. It just never came through for me. So
it felt like he was like almost suggesting that maybe he had a higher view of Stetson Bennett, right? And that pick from, what was it, last year, that he was still hoping Stetson would mature to be possibly, a starter.
That's not my take. I think that Sean McVay is actually saying what I think, which is
Yeah.
Ty Simpson is not that Stetson Bennett is up on Ty Simpson level, that Ty Simpson is down on Stetson Bennett's level. I would not draft Ty Simpson. I don't think he's an NFL quarterback.
Yeah.
I don't think he's remotely.
Yeah, that's kind of what it. Like, I feel like they're both like projects who aren't going to be a starter, but like they're your relegated
projects that you're
QB2.
hoping can turn into backups.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, here let's just look at Ty Simpson real quick here. So, so this over here, right? We got all the quarterback efficiency metrics,
Mhm.
right? So let's see here. Cole Payton is by far the most efficient quarterback in this class.
Sure.
Let's take a look. Let me zoom in here. So you
I
can
think-
see it nice and good.
Yeah.
So Ty Simpson. Okay, 48.6 fumbling grade. Don't love to see that.
It's
So if you look here, his
And it-
efficiency.
yeah.
Go ahead.
I think
What
what people would say is you look at that first half of the season when he was really efficient and really productive, and then he just fell off a cliff during the second half, and he had 6 games where he fumbled in 5 of them, and he
Why
was
it'd be
just
nice if he had. It'd be nice
constantly
if he
under
had more than
pressure.
15 starts under his belt.
right. And so like everything is a projection about can he be the guy he was for like those first 6 games, like on a consistent.
So we're gonna in the
Season.
first round, we're gonna draft a guy based
Right.
on 6
A se-
games, and it's not even his most recent 6 games. It's just 6 games that happened at the beginning of his career, and then
Exactly.
we started to figure
Yeah.
him out. He is 23 and a half years old. He's played.
You're really betting on the development under Stafford.
He's tiny, not accurate.
Yeah. No, I mean,
Okay, look at
I'm not a
10,
big
10
fan of
batted passes
projections
from a short quarterback. Like
sure.
time to throw almost 3 seconds, which in this class pretty bad. Cole Payton's up there at 3.33, right, because of his style of play, and absolutely is worth holding against him. But like you look at the, more pro style quarterbacks, they have these, nice timed throws that are down in the low mid
Under
2
screen,
seconds.
yeah. You want to be like 2.8. It's kind of 2.7, 2.8, and it's like perfect.
I wouldn't draft this guy. I wouldn't have drafted him.
Yeah.
So I don't blame McVay for being mad. Avion Terrell is gone to the Falcons.
Noise.
And that is pick number 48. So 49 is on the clock. So just 3 more to go until you get the Packers. My. So Jermod McCoy. Here's the thing. So let's see here. If there's only three more picks before we're on, let's find our top 4 guys, and we'll know that you'd have a chance of getting one of those 4 at least. Like Jermod McCoy, McNeil Warren, right? And then, did Colton Hood go already? Colton Hood went.
McCoy's still there.
Yeah. So
McCoy,
Pregnon.
McNeil. Oh, we got a double Mick. Is there a third?
Hey, enough with the Irish slurs. I'm Irish.
With the fact that we have the Irish
Hunter.
international fan or whatever, like
I don't think they're going to take Hunter. Look at that 4.12 RAS. I know they had him in for a visit, but he's 24 years old, 4.12 RAS.
Mm-hmm.
So the Terrell brothers are going to play together. Yeah, Dershel pointed that an all Terrell cornerback room.
I didn't know that.
Toolfist says Avion is off the board for Goot. Well, he's off the board for everybody except for the Falcons. Undraftable now. I'm telling you, man, Anthony Hill feels like the guy. Maybe Dylan Everett.
Nice.
Would
I
not
was
want
half expecting
Chris Mlelen.
who took Sony Styles? Was it Washington?
Sonny Styles went to the. He went to the.
the
Washington.
Commanders.
Yeah.
I half expect them to take Lorenzo at the end of the draft just to be like, we got the
That'd be
brothers.
fun. I
We
think
got
they
the
should.
brothers."
Yeah, that'd be fun. Frankly, maybe they should sign Lorenzo Senior as a free agent too. I mean, he can still. I bet you Lorenzo Senior can still contribute on special teams.
Oh yeah.
Have you seen what he looks like? Lorenzo
He's
Styles
jacked.
Senior. All right, here's the picture. I gotta save it.
Yeah, he's okay.
We have Harry Styles as tool for this. That's good.
Did somebody Photoshop this one? What the heck?
Yeah, I'm trying to share the picture. And shaboom. There we go. You got
Wait,
Sonny
what?
Styles on the left, Lorenzo Styles Jr. on the right, and then Lorenzo Sr. in the middle.
I see a second picture that's the exact same, but he's smaller.
The smaller one, I think, is. I think the smaller
Photoshop?
one is the Photoshop one. Maybe it's not.
I
You know what? It might not be.
think it's reversed.
Am I getting punked here? I wonder if I'm getting punked.
Yeah. Someone photoshopped that for YouTube.
I think somebody. So he's. That's hilarious that I fell for that.
I like it. He's still jacked. Like these are big guys. Like
Here's.
that was just like, oh my god. Dude's like a professional bodybuilder, he's gigantic.
All right, here you go. Still in good shape.
Yeah, this is where
Former player. Twolfus says Pons, Dunker, Pregnon, Hunter. I would think that only the two offensive linemen would probably actually be the picks here. Panthers traded with the Vikings for pick 51.
so they're trying to get
No,
ahead of New York.
No, sorry. They are on the clock right now at 49. They moved up from 51 to 49. So you're right. They're trying to get ahead of New York.
What does New York mean?
I have no idea what New York needs.
They had a pretty good draft, I think.
Well,
It's
the
hard.
Giants did.
The Jets got Bailey, Sadiq, Omar Cooper.
I thought that was awful. Absolutely awful. Bailey's good. But Sadiq and Cooper in the first round,
Mhm.
I couldn't believe they did that.
They need edge rusher, corner.
Lee Hunter is gone. That's who the Panthers took.
Wow, how did they do that? I was like, did they really think the Jets were going to take Lee Hunter? They gave up that extra capital just to, I don't know. Weird. I would be
Pretty
kind of
good chance the Jets still go defensive tackle here.
yeah.
So that would mean that you're looking at who's the next guy?
Xavier Harris, Dominique Orange, Grayson Halton. Maybe you want to include McClellan and Proctor in there because I feel like they're undervalued.
Orange, Halton, Daryl Jackson, Dante Corleone, and McClellan. Those are the next guys. So you would think the Jets are going to go Orange, or they're going to have to go with another position. Or Halton.
There's some
Orange or Halton, I would think.
Capehart fans who you might want to be one of those guys who gets reached for.
Dorshel says Vikings might as well get McCoy and go all hospital team on defense. I think they probably will. I think they will. They will take McCoy.
I feel like if you're not in that contending window,
They also don't have a GM.
Yeah. I feel like if you're not in that window where you really think you're going to go, like I would be more than willing to take McCoy. Like it's one of those, you have an excuse to like get better capital for next year and get a lot of value for your pick.
I bet you McNeil Warren goes in the next two picks before the Packers are on the clock. I bet the Vikings take McNeil Warren.
Yeah.
But I think here, so McCoy, McNeil Warren,
Didn't they take
Pregnon, and Hill. I still think they're going Hill. Man, they're going to pass on Pons, aren't they?
Minnesota took Banks. They could use a safety corner. Interior
Again,
offensive
don't forget,
line.
Minnesota doesn't have a GM.
So is it just the coach making? The head coach is just deciding how they.
No, their VP of football got promoted to interim
Okay.
GM, and he's the guy who made the Caleb Banks pick last night.
He's probably just letting the whole scouting, the whole war room basically is probably voting on it. He's just an interim.
I'll bet you the Jets are probably going to go Pregnon, and the Vikings will take McNeil Warren. That's my prediction.
I would be more than happy taking McCoy and being like, so what, our guy's injured. We're getting a start on the next season.
I'd like to take
Just doesn't
McCoy.
work.
I'd be all over that. Absolutely, I would. But again, I just don't think if he falls to us, I don't think the Packers are the team that's going to take that chance. If the 31 other teams have all passed on him because they're freaked out about the injuries, what, the Packers of all teams, the most cautious team in the league? Come on.
Like,
D'Angelo Pons. Jets.
Really?
Yep. That's the one.
Ooh, that hurts a little bit. Mike Washington, here we come.
I mean, it hurts because he's not going to the Packers, but I think the Packers, despite what I have said to Jake a whole bunch of times on this show, I don't know that I have faith in Goody to actually go ahead and select Pons. Dershel says all this waiting, Green Bay will trade back. I'm prepared for that, though. That's okay. We can trade back because you trade back, you get more value. Yeah. I'm okay with that.
Like
okay with that.
At this point, I feel like the only two players you're getting value on is McCoy and McNeil Warren. So it's like, yeah, trade back. I don't know. CJ Allen, maybe.
Pregnon. I think Pregnon is worth taking. Pregnon would excite me a lot.
Those four are probably like, I don't know, valued somewhere between like 34 to 40, I think, on MDB. Mock draft wise, McCoy
it's
is
right
19,
here. It's right here.
27.
Projected.
Yeah.
15. So McNeil Warren's 25.
38,
McCoy's
43.
15. Anthony Hill Jr.
Give me that value.
Cisse would make some sense. How old is Cisse? Cisse is 20.8.
I actually had a long shot bet that Chris Johnson would be the first corner drafted out of this draft class.
Was he?
No,
because
of Mansour. I was like, it was like plus 20,000 or something. I was like, oh yeah, I'll take that. There's a chance that Mansour falls to like 17 and Chris Johnson goes 16 or something.
Man, Cisse makes a lot of sense here.
Convince myself anything for 20,000 to 1 odds.
So nervous.
Yeah, I don't know what John Kuhn's going to do when he's up there. He might go nuts.
Do you have the stream? Do you want to play that for us? The Kuhn pick, the Kuhn announcement. Do you have it on screen?
I have. Yeah,
hey, you guys in the chat. Anybody who's in the chat, let me know if you want us to not say the pick. Right? Like, do you want to watch it on TV, or do you want to? Like, I'm gonna read it. I don't care about Kuhn or Goodell or whoever announces that. I don't care. I just want to know who the player is. I get zero enjoyment out of like the reveal. I just want to know who it is. So, do you want us to not do it? We got 5 people on YouTube right now. A bunch of people on X.
Mm-hmm.
But you on YouTube who are Nick says he wants to watch it. Chet says he wants to watch it. Okay. Well, that's so I guess I'll just read it and not say who it is. Chet says, do what you want to do. I can mute. How about this? We definitely won't put it on screen until Chris. Do you have the stream where you're watching it? Like, can you tell me when they officially announce it?
Yeah, I have it. They're still
You can
doing
lift the information embargo.
They're still on the Jets
Packers are on the clock.
discussion. The Vikings haven't even made their pick. They just said pick is in for the Vikings. Did you see who the Vikings took?
Not yet. Do you see it?
Not yet.
Here's the thing: the Packers always take the entire time.
Mm-hmm. You gotta, build the anticipation.
I think you guys should. Well, Chris, what do you want? Do you want us to say who it is, or do you want to wait and hear Kuhn say it? I'll let you decide. For this
they took
pick.
Vikings took Jake Galde.
Oh, nice, nice. All right, let's go. Heck yeah, we got our pick of the litter. So, Chris, do you want us to say who it is or no?
We could let it play out and be like, ooh,
all right.
We can do I didn't see that coming. Who will it be, guys? And then I can just pop it up on the thing. The tall range.
They always let the clock run all the way down to like a minute left. Yeah, Jake Golday, there it is. They also are super tight-lipped. Got that really nailed down.
Mm-hmm.
I'm so nervous. We're going to find out any second. Deny Dennis Sutton. Keontae Scott. Cisse probably makes the most sense. McNeil Warren would be nice. That would make a lot of people mad because they're like, we don't need safety. He's so freaking good, though. Just take him. Jermod McCoy. The upside is absurd. I would love him. Pregnon, Anthony Hill. The pick is in. No. Is that real? Is this your actual live stream?
Maybe. Yeah.
Oh, I'm ill. Absolutely ill. Just ill. Dershel says the pick is in. They go to commercial break. Of course. Tales old as time. They do that every year. Every year.
And they take Luke Musgrave. 52.
I'm trying to remember who. Well, since it's just commercials, we'll just take off screen here. We don't need
McCoy,
go to get in
McNeil,
trouble.
Pregnon. Who's the other? Someone else?
Chris, though, can you unshare it and then reshare it with audio? You need to share it as a browser tab in order to get audio. Should we play some music to hype ourselves up here? People who know what the pick is.
The pick is Miller White. You know what I want them to do? I want them to have another stock sale for the stadium naming rights.
Got the pick.
I haven't seen it.
It's
No way.
It's not a surprising one. Not surprising.
Miller Lite. Yeah.
Look, a lot of people are going to be happy.
Oh, snap. It's coming.
First player drafted tonight, wide receiver out of Ole Miss, and then Chase Besances.
It's Nate Hobbs. What?
Offensive line, an inside player. And then TJ Parker went to the Bills for their.
Gonna wait for
Cool.
Gonna wait for Kuhn to come out.
Listen.
Oh, Drew says he's super happy. I'm happy for you. It's a very predictable pick. But we're waiting for John Kuhn to say it.
They're not saying Kuhn, are they?
Can you turn your volume up a little bit?
Esteemed pleasure to make this second-round pick on behalf of Ed Policy, Brian Gutekunst, Matt LaFleur,
Did that
and
help?
the millions of Packer fans across the world. With the 52nd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Brandon Cece, defensive back, South Carolina.
All right.
The run on DBs continues.
So there you go.
DJ.
Yeah, we talked about
Very,
that.
very predictable.
This is going to be a big round for the secondary, and we're seeing it continue to play out.
I'll
And
tell
like
you
I said,
guys.
super predictable. He's not even 21 years old yet. He's a little on the skinny side, 189 pounds.
He's someone that plays even faster than that 4.4 one time.
Hey, we took him in our mock with
I think we did.
where he was picking all the guys ahead of us to make it difficult, right? When Jake was trying to challenge us, and we ended up on Cisse.
I think we did exactly that, and he's always made sense for the Packers.
Mhm.
So let's go ahead and look at the corners here. Look at Cisse. Cisse consensus 39. We got him at 52. He has an 89 run defense grade, 71 coverage grade. PFF never ever likes our draft picks. 924 relative athletic score.
You'll love to see it.
189 pounds is the knock on him physically. 4.46 40 time. Again, 20.8 years old. Let me zoom in here a little more so you can see this. 14% missed tackle rate. Again, he's a corner. You know, it's not really where you're.
Oh, they got
47%.
They got McAfee doing the Colts pick.
38.9.
Did Cisse only play 1 year?
He allowed 361 yards this past year. How many years? No, he's got 33 games played in his career. How are you guys in the chat feeling about this pick? I definitely don't hate the pick. It's nice to add to that cornerback room that was such a mess last year. Such a mess last year.
I like how PFF updates their picture to the team that they're on for the NFL.
Already?
Like, that's already a Packer profile. Yeah, he's got 1,000 total snaps at the position. 100,
Murky.
150, 350 at NC State, and then at South Carolina he had 500 snaps. Playing mostly in the corner, 650 snaps outside, 200 snaps in the slot, 100 snaps in the box. Averaging like a penalty every 100 snaps, which is pretty decent.
Shuttle wasn't fantastic. The hands are a little bit small, but he's very explosive. Good broad jump, good vert.
Missed tackle rates under 10%. Like to see that.
I had
one of my criticisms
of 14%.
Yeah, that's for this year. The last 2 years.
Oh, career. Okay,
yeah.
There you go.
The last 2 years, it's been 3% last year, 9% the year before that. If you weight it, it's a little over 9.
It reminds me a little bit of that Baylor kid a couple of years ago. Went to the Texans. Petrie.
Yeah. Here. Position we needed help with. Don't overthink it. Getting value from somebody who can play now. I mean, I kind of would have rather them had taken McCoy, but I feel like you're in that position where you can't because you traded away your future picks to get an edge rusher, and it's like you can't wait for a guy to come online because you're in that, you have a timed window before that draft capital catches up with you.
I think the bigger thing is just the uncertainty of whether McCoy is going to fully recover at all.
And play at what he was playing at. I kind of wonder how
freaking teams out.
Because he had a good 40. It's just, I think when you tear your ACL, I'd be more concerned about agility than straight line speed.
Here's what Dane Brugler had to say about him in The Beast. Is McCoy not ready? He recovered all last year, I thought. Well, but again, and this is the point I'm getting to. It's not about whether he's ready to play right now. It's about, is he going to be the player that he used to be? Is he going to fully recover? Are there going to be lingering, nagging re-injury issues? Like, how much have you enjoyed the Marshawn Lloyd pick? Good prospect, hasn't played for us. So do you care how good he was?
A lot of guys who have like that ACL tear end up missing time in the next year because of like hamstring issues or because you end up with that imbalance in strength between your legs, and you go back to that study, which I think was UW-Madison, where they were working with like Christian Watson, and he was having like frequent hamstring injuries because of the strength differentials between legs, resulting in like overcompensation and further injury. And you see that with ACLs. It would have been crazy to take Emmanuel McNeil Warren too. I think that would have made me pretty thrilled.
On him made me kind of sick, I'll be honest.
I feel like it's one of those things where it's like you have so many good safeties. It's like, do you just like embrace playing zone full time?
Well, I certainly understand going corner here because of the position value and because of the huge need there. I completely get that. I do.
I kind of think I don't know. I feel like maybe you'd be more competitive just taking McNeil because it's just like the difference in watching them play. Like, I feel like he offers you just better play. And like, I'd rather be in a situation where I'm playing more zone with less corners on the field. And I don't know. I'm going to have to think about that one some.
I think that he
just feels like such a better prospect.
Neil Warren.
Yeah.
Yeah. And again, cornerback is a more valuable position.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a position where they don't have any players, just none. It's a dire position of need for them. So I understand this. And I think the thing that we have to remember is that this is not the first round. It's the second round. It's our first pick. And so I instantly feel better about this pick when I don't consider who's available that we passed on. I don't think about McNeil Warren or Jermard McCoy or Pregnon or those guys.
Mm-hmm.
I just think about just getting the guy. If we had taken somebody else in the first round and then Cisse as our second round pick, you feel a lot differently than you do with just him being the first guy that you take.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's important to keep that in perspective. I think I think that Cisse could have been the pick for the Packers in the mid-20s had they been on the clock. Certainly falls in line with what they've done in the past with Quay Walker and Eric Stokes. Like you could have gotten this guy
a little bit of a reach
in the mid-20s, and instead you were able to get him again, like Edgerrin Cooper last year. We could have taken or 2 years ago. We could have taken him with the Jordan Morgan pick. That was absolutely on the table for the Packers to do that. And
I actually really thought they were going to do that with Cooper or
I thought so as well.
Colston. Who I'm glad we ended up taking Cooper instead.
The beast
Colston been there.
From Dane Brugler has a write-up on Cisse. He's Brugler's 7th cornerback, so he has him behind D'Angelo Pons, who is gone, Colton Hood, who is gone, Avion Terrell, who is gone, Chris Johnson, who is gone, Jermod McCoy, obviously, is the guy who fell in Mansour Delane. So he actually really went exactly where Dane Brugler thought he was going to go, minus everybody's freaked out with Jermod McCoy about the knee.
Mm-hmm.
So do you want to feel old? This will make you feel really old. Cisse was born in 2005. Born in 2005.
Nice.
Cisse has 3 siblings, 2 brothers and a sister. He grew up in Sumter, South Carolina with his parents. He was introduced to football by his older brother, and it was love at first sight. While growing up near Columbia, South Carolina, he was, quote-unquote, a Gamecock kid. And the NFL became a dream for him. His favorite team was the Pittsburgh Steelers. Pretty cool he got to get drafted in Pittsburgh then. Cisse played throughout Pop Warner and Rec League and continued playing at Furman Middle School in Sumter. His father worked multiple jobs. His mother, a nurse, made sure academics were a priority for him. He grew up sharing a bedroom with his younger brother Cedric, who later joined the South Carolina football team as a preferred walk-on in May 2025. He attended Lakewood High School in Sumter, where he played just about everywhere except on the offensive or defensive line. He was primarily a wide receiver and defensive back over his prep career. Maybe stash that in your back pocket later on as trivia. You know, there's just every once in a while you get in a situation where you start asking yourself, like, okay, who played quarterback in high school? Right? You just run into that sometimes. So maybe Cisse makes an appearance for us on offense or something in a pinch.
He's gonna play both ways, you know.
Week 15, we're really injury riddled like usual, and they have to start doing some crazy stuff.
Who was it? Remember when the 49ers, I think they went to their conference championship and Purdy went down and their second string went down, and then they had, who did they have playing quarterback for a few snaps? I think they had.
The Broncos did that too.
Was it Ayuk? Was it a wide receiver or a halfback?
It definitely was a wide receiver. I think it's hard. So there's 3 teams I can remember doing this in recent years. It was the Broncos. First it was the Jets, then the Broncos, then the 49ers. They all did that from like 2020 to 2023, I think.
For whatever reason, they only had two quarterbacks. Gabe Atkins to the Patriots. All right, I'm going to refresh my drink. I'll be right back.
Okay. That's fine. I'm going to catch up on a couple of these here. We got Grenard. Grenard got traded to the Eagles from the Vikings in exchange for a 2/3, and then like a 6th round pick goes back as well. Packers scout Mike Owen on Brandon Cisse's love of football. Quote, he's always watching a ton of football. Anytime I went there, he's in the recruiting office watching NFL, college, or high school. That's what I love about the kid. Really loves football. Well, that'll get you excited. That's the kind of thing that matters to the Packers a ton. Actually, we could listen to this. I'll put this on. Share the right screen. Stop screen, reshare screen, share this screen with audio. Can't I get it?
Explosive trade is really impressive, and then kind of rough around the edges. What do you think are the biggest things that he's going to have to work on as he transitions to this level of the NFL corner?
It's just the adjustment period. Coming from college to the NFL, it's a different ball game. You just got to come in here, absorb as much as you want, as much as you can. Just be a great teammate, but at the end of the day, be the best version of himself. Come to work every day, be competitive, be who you are, elevate the group within it, create the best environment of competition within that corner room. But at the end of the day, like I said, just be the best version of himself, control what he can control, and everything will pan out.
Mike, when you talk about him being wired right, his dad went to South Carolina. He wanted to go there. They didn't offer him. He goes back. He talked about how that was a chip on his shoulder.
Yeah.
Is that one of the things that you look for, guys with that kind of motivation? And what do you see from him that way?
Yeah, you can feel that chip on his shoulder when you talk to him about getting overlooked by South Carolina, coming full circle, then really helping his team and helping that defense elevate to a different level. You can still see he got that chip on his shoulder. He still holds it to today, and I hope he carries it on as he's in the NFL.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Appreciate y'all.
So there you go. A little insight into what kind of person we drafted. Guy who really wants to prove himself. Sounds like a locker room guy. I love that he is a film junkie. That's exciting to me. Honestly, I'm gonna be honest. He feels, from a personality standpoint, more like a safety, right? Doesn't he sound like a safety? That on the field leader, film junkie. Feels like a safety. I actually initially, when I first dug into him, I thought he was a safety. Of course, the Packers are, I would assume, going to play him at corner, and that's how the NFL largely viewed him. Going back to Dane Brugler in The Beast, Cisse, after playing mostly on the JV squad as a 5'6", 125-pound freshman in 2019, bumped up to varsity as a sophomore and recorded his first interception during a schedule shortened to 6 games because of the pandemic. As a junior cornerback, Cisse, who was then 160 pounds, helped Lakewood reach the 2021 state playoffs. He finished with 33 tackles, 3 interceptions, and 1 forced fumble, adding 22 receptions for 297 yards and 3 touchdowns. So, two-way player. In his senior season, he again helped Lakewood qualify for the Class 3A state playoffs with 37 tackles, 2 forced fumbles, 1 interception, and 1 fumble return for a touchdown. And he caught 42 passes for 764 yards and 8 touchdowns, giving him 1,220 all-purpose yards in 2022. That's crazy. Lettered in basketball and track, sprints and relays at Lakewood, setting personal bests of 11.12 seconds in the 100-meter dash, 22.09 in the 200, and 51.92 in the 400. He was a 3-star recruit and the 51st ranked cornerback in the 2023 class, the number 7 overall recruit in South Carolina, and he was the top defensive back prospect in South Carolina. In August 2021, ahead of his junior season, he picked up his first offer from the Akron Zips, soon added offers from Bowling Green, Buffalo, Central Michigan, man, a lot of MAC schools, Georgia State, there you go, Marshall, Navy, and several FCS programs. He was considering Appalachian State, Liberty, or South Florida until he turned heads at a camp in June 2022. Soon after, he picked up his first Power 5 offer from NC State. Cisse said, I begged my mom for $150 to attend the camp at NC State, and I promised her I'd make it worth it. I definitely did. Yeah, he just got a massive payday today. He committed to the Wolfpack within a week and became the third-ranked recruit in head coach Dave Doran's 2023 class. After 2 seasons in Raleigh, he transferred to South Carolina, returning closer to home, and his father had attended South Carolina. Strengths. Springy athlete who moves with bounce in his feet. Transitions out of his pedal are upright but sudden. Loves playing man, but would be fine playing cover 1 every snap. Runs like the wind, has little trouble staying hip to hip or closing ground vertically in a hurry. Drive burst from off coverage pops. That is a sentence. Drive burst from off coverage pops. I don't understand that sentence. Chris, explain this to me. Drive burst from off coverage pops. His drive burst from off coverage pops? I don't know what that means. Models his game after former Gamecock Stephon Gilmore. Keeps his eyes on the ball when carrying routes through zone. Leaping skills help him obstruct pass attempts over the top. Very willing in run support to throw his body at the ball carrier. Makes quick trigger reads in run support and flies downhill. His coaches say he is an extras guy and trains with a pro mindset. Well, and that shows up.
That sounds good.
That rings true with what the scout's name was. His name Mark Owen from the Packers. Mm-hmm. What he was telling us about him grinding film all the time, and what they saw from him every time they went to visit South Carolina. He's always in the recruiting office watching film and meshed well after arriving at South Carolina. Gradually came out of his shell as a teammate. Weaknesses: slender body type. Yep. Well, NFL weight room will help. With narrow torso, lean limbs, and small hands. We did see the small hands on his profile. Late to anticipate, reacting to movement instead of route clues. Get that coached up. Has speed to regain phase, but struggles to get his body into the right position. Ball skills need to develop better finesse against NFL size on the outside. Needs to be more controlled with his hands downfield. Wild tackling habits will be more noticeable versus NFL ball carriers. And I don't really care about the rest of it. Summary: a 1-year starter at South Carolina and 2-year starter overall. Cisse was primarily an outside cornerback. I think that's the thing we were looking at, Chris. Mm-hmm. He only started 1 year at South Carolina because he transferred. Right. So that's where we're seeing that 1 year thing from. Because he did start at
NC State.
What was it? NC State. Cisse was primarily an outside cornerback in defensive coordinator Clayton White's scheme. He played 2 seasons at NC State before moving to the Gamecocks as a junior. He posted mediocre production, 5 passes defended, 1 interception, and he was part of a rotation on several 2025 tapes, averaging just 41 defensive snaps per game. An explosive athlete, sounds like every early Packers pick, Cisse plays with excess burst and speed to fly to the football. He tends to declare his hips early and relies too heavily on his athleticism rather than his technique or anticipation, leading to coverage losses. When he finds the football, he's capable of impressive athletic feats to knock it away, but he needs to be more consistent with his body phasing to shrink catch windows. Despite needing to clean things up in the run game, his downhill toughness is great to see. Overall, Cisse is an unrefined, promising cover athlete. He's only 20 years old. If he's unrefined at 20 years old, I'm not going to have a lot of heartburn over that. Promising cover athlete with the twitched-up movements and speed to become an NFL starter. Yes. However, his pro ceiling will be determined by the development of his route recognition and ball skills. Sure. He offers inside-outside versatility with special teams upside as a gunner. All right. I think we like the pick. No?
Yeah, no.
We like the pick.
I'm good with the pick.
Catching up, Logan Jones went to the Bears with the 57th. The Browns traded up to 58 with the 49ers. Who else went? Nate Burkircher, the tight end out of Texas A&M, went to the Jaguars.
Which is probably the biggest reach so far. He was like consensus 150.
Let me get nice.
And then Logan Jones to the Bears.
so
I'm just wondering,
stinking hard.
does Cisse count as fan favorite for Packer Bingo?
That's a good question. Chat, what do you guys think? What do you guys think? Who else is gone?
Oh, there's Emmanuel McNeil Warren to Cleveland.
Well, not actually that surprising that the Toledo kid stays home in Ohio and goes to Cleveland.
He's like, I live next door.
Let's do this. We got our bingo. Let's see what we can fill out here. Let me see. Where's my circle? We'll go with red. Do a red circle. So what do we have here? We don't have Goody trades up. Drafts pure RAS. I mean, is it pure RAS if his RAS is amazing, but he's also a good player? Does that count?
Let me look at his. Does he show up as a good corner?
Whoops.
Well, up to interpretation.
We got FBS. Can't do draft an older prospect. He's 20 years old.
Yeah, I think it would be, if anything,
Derailed pick counts since you and I took it with that one the other day, right? That counts.
Yeah, I think we can count that.
Get this on there. Get on there.
Or does
Oh, did we get a Coon chant? I forgot. Did we get that? What do you think? I didn't hear it. We were having audio, volume.
Yeah, no.
issues.
I was lost in thought for a second. I was like, for sure.
Did you hear it?
I'd say.
Did you hear a
fan favorite would be
yes, we got. He said yes, we got a Coon chant. So I'll we'll circle that one.
Oh, okay, that's what you were thinking about. I think we heard I heard some Coon going on in the background when it was going. That's what I was listening to.
I'm debating on whether we can do special teams pick because the Dane Brugler thing said that he has. It
sounded more like upside rather than you're picking this guy for special teams. I put that more there in case we drafted a kicker, because Stevens out of Iowa was an MDB pick for the Packers, and then that LSU edge that I mentioned earlier was also, like, in his drafting reports, it was primarily listed as a special teams contributor. I think about that one more for like the 7th round picks.
Patrick Payton.
So we won't
you're thinking of?
Yeah, Patrick Payton.
Almost 24 years old. Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
So Akis is gone.
Mm-hmm.
He went to the Patriots.
Martin Klein.
Stowers. Who'd you get?
Martin Klein to the Texans. I liked him. I was like, I feel like this guy's got some upside, not a lot of experience.
Marlon Klein. That's probably the
Martin Klein.
That's probably the lowest.
I think he's a German transfer student. I wanted to say.
Is he really?
I think I heard that somewhere.
Marlon Klein, consensus 184. That's got to be the biggest reach so far.
Yeah, him and
Burkhardt.
Yeah.
And then Stowers is gone.
Some reaches for tight ends here. Who else is there?
At tight end?
They're skipping over Oscar Delp and Sam Roche. If you like Justin Jolly or Raritan.
Well, Raritan's my tight end one.
Mm-hmm. Like they skipped over. There's like 7 tight ends ahead of those guys.
Let's see. Logan Jones. Missed him. Where'd Logan Jones go? Why don't I see it? James Dunker. Where's Logan Jones? All right, Logan Jones, center out of Iowa. He's gone. Consensus 99. We still have a ways to go before we're back on the clock again. Oh, Anthony Hill. Titans trade up and take Anthony Hill with the number 60 overall pick. I had a lot of people saying Anthony Hill would be such a reach at 52. He went 60. It's not that big of a reach then.
Yeah, he was
still there. I thought Pregnon was
51.
going in the first round. Consensus 51. Yeah, and I had the last time I pulled these numbers, which was like 5 days ago or something, he was consensus 49. So Mike
I'm just looking at what they have
here, of course.
I think the MDB has changed their thing, so you can't do more than a first round unless you subscribe to their service.
Oh, well, I didn't like their mock draft machine anyways, because it was always freezing and crashing my live stream.
Yeah, because it's got ads like all over the place.
That's the big problem with it. Yeah, the ads are so heavy. Yeah, so heavy on system resources.
I feel like my computer's been infected whenever I'm looking at it.
I get you gotta monetize, but so no hate, but I'm not gonna do it when I'm live streaming.
Yeah, I'd rather be more like Wikipedia, where I'm just having like my shameless, please donate or we'll no longer be in service.
I really don't mind what you do as long as it's not so resource heavy that it crashes my live stream. That's all I ask. Oh, CJ Allen is gone. I missed that one. He went to the Colts. Did I cross off Joey Golday? I don't think I got around to.
Yeah, he's gone. I feel like most of my recent Packer mocks have been corner, D-line, corner.
Well, that's the way it's been falling, you know? Those guys have been available as the more and more leaks come out.
And you'd like, maybe you'd like to get a, instead of D-line, have like a receiver available there, like Ted Hurst, Elijah Surratt. If you're a fan of some of those other guys like Malachi Fields, Bryce Lance, Skylar Bell, Antonio Williams and Zach Branch.
Brandon Cece is going to talk to us in a minute here. We're just waiting for him to come out on the podium, and then I'll throw it out there.
Brandon Cece?
Yeah.
The cornerback?
He's good. Yeah.
He's coming on the stream? Is that what you're saying?
He's coming on somebody's stream. He's going on the stream.
He's coming on our stream?
It'd be nice if he was coming on our stream.
That'd be wild.
No, I'm just saying he's coming on the Packers stream, and we're waiting for that waiting for him to come out, and then we'll switch to that when he does come out, so we can hear from the man. Oh, they're playing something for us now. Little highlights.
I've been watching it for a long time, and obviously Keyshawn Nixon is there, so it's been great. Be able to watch it from afar and not be a part of it. I'm just excited.
Bill Huber?
I was just going to ask you that, Brandon. Do you know Keyshawn at all?
Actually just got to see him recently. I mean, not see him recently, talked to him a little bit recently, so it's been good. But I'm looking forward to getting to know from him more and get to learn from him.
Yeah, I mean, have you picked his brain at all through the years?
Not yet recently, but I'm sure as soon as I get there, I'll be willing to learn everything I can from him.
Jake Westendorf?
Max clear to the Rams.
There we go. Hey, Brandon, congratulations. Just want to know, when it comes to getting on the field, what do you think are the biggest attributes that you can bring to help this team as you transition from college to the NFL?
Just a player that can play everywhere, play fast, physical, relentless, be a student of the game, and just looking to contribute any way they want me to contribute from day one and give the organization everything I have.
Steve McGargy.
Congratulations. We were just wondering, we had seen some articles where you had talked about the chip on your shoulder from your recruiting process. What was that recruiting process like for you in terms of how seriously South Carolina pursued you from high school, and how much has that kind of inspired you moving forward?
It's definitely a chip, but South Carolina did a great job when I came back home, and I'm thankful they gave me the opportunity. High school, current went NC State, was kind of under the radar, but it all happened for the better. Ended up back at South Carolina with a great coaching staff that helped develop me, and I can't thank those guys enough.
Ryan Wood.
Hey, Brandon, congratulations. Sorry if you've been asked this already. I'm a little late to join, but Mike Owens was just talking to us about his first recollections of getting to meet you and get to know you last September. I'm curious what do you remember about that, and if back in that conversation, if you've been told, hey, you're going to play for this guy's team, right? You're going to play for the Packers. What that journey's been like for you?
We just kind of joked about it at first, and it's kind of crazy to see how it, come to fruition. But I'm glad he's still on the table for me, and really took a chance on me. A really smart guy, and puts a lot of time in, and super honest, super thorough, and it's been a great relationship with him, and I'm excited.
Mike Spofford.
Hey, Brandon, did you get any strong indications, the Combine, South Carolina Pro Day, that the Packers were this interested in you? Were there indications along those lines, or how did that go?
Didn't kind of know. Didn't know the extent of interest. Met with them a few times. Met them at the Combine, and I didn't really know what was gonna happen. Met with him at Pro Day a little bit, but had really no clue. It kind of came out of nowhere, and was just excited.
I also like the
Bill
recruitment question. Be like,
Yeah. Would you say man zone? What do you like to do?
Whatever the Packers need me to do, I can do. So that's the good thing about it. Whatever they need me to do, I'll be able to play.
Matt Schneidman.
What town in Wisconsin is your girlfriend's family from? Is it close to here, or do you know what area they're from?
I don't remember the exact town, but I know it's closer to Madison.
Jake
Can you dox your
Westendorf?
girlfriend for us, please?
Hey, Brandon. Mike Owen talked a little bit about your ball.
He's like, how do you like South Carolina recruiting you out of high school?
More meat
Like,
on the bone
went to
there.
NC
What do you think where those are at now, and how can you improve it? Catching more passes when the quarterback throws them your way.
No, you can't ask for everything.
Just taking advantage of the opportunities that come, and making guys pay. So something that I look forward to showcasing, and excited to see where it goes, and just excited to show everybody that I can make those kind of plays. So just taking full advantage of every opportunity.
Ellie French.
Hey, Brandon, congratulations. How do you do with playing in some pretty cold and frigid temperatures?
I'm excited for it. I'll be just fine. I'm excited for it.
No, I hate it, and I wish I
Brettel.
hadn't been drafted by them.
As someone who grew up in, didn't you say Pennsylvania?
Go ahead, Paul.
I'd imagine he's a good cold weather player.
South Carolina, yeah.
You said his favorite team was the Steelers?
Any other questions?
He grew up in.
Yeah, we have a few more
here's the
questions
official
here.
answer.
Hold on one second.
Sumter, South Carolina.
Go ahead,
And then
Ryan
he
Wood.
lived near.
Hey, Brandon. It's been a
Columbia,
year
but he
since
was a
the
Steelers
Packers
fan,
traded for Micah
yes.
Parsons, and when he first met us, he said, "Hey, DBs are going to love playing with me." I'm curious. I know lots of emotions going through your mind, but being a DB, being able to cover in the same defense as a Micah Parsons, what's that going to mean for you?
It's going to be special for me, knowing that I have somebody that can get after the passer like that and change games. I look forward to playing with him, and I just know he's going to help me, and I'm going to help him do everything I can to make the quarterback pat the ball and let him get home. So do everything in my power to help me, and I know he's going to help me just as much.
Wes Hodgwitz.
Brandon, just in terms of your run defense, that's something I know a lot of people gave you a lot of acclaim for leading up to the draft. Just what do you kind of bring in that capacity, and how do you think that can translate to the NFL?
You said what? Can you repeat that again?
Yeah, just as far as your run defense, and just kind of what you bring to the table in that regard, and how you think that can kind of translate to the NFL.
I pride myself on being able to put myself in the fit, so I'm excited for it, and that's something that I really love showcasing in my game, is being able to be a complete corner. So I pride myself on being able to come up in the fit and make a lot of plays.
Darius
Super
Joshua.
involved in the run game in college as much.
Go ahead, Darius.
There you go. Now can you hear me? Yeah, should unmute my mic. Brandon, area scout here, Mike Owen, was saying that anytime you come to campus, you kind of see you watching college film, pro film, and high school film. I just kind of, where did that come from, and how much do you really just love taking in football?
I mean, it's just something I really just kind of grew on me since I was a little kid, and something I take a lot of pride in is knowing what everybody's doing, know who I'm playing with, know who I'm going against. So it's just kind of been natural for me, and it's something that I just keep improving every day.
Kyle Malzahn.
Brandon, I know you said that you got to speak with Keyshawn a little bit. A, would you learn about Keyshawn? And B, is that a player that you'd enjoy playing next to?
Yes, definitely.
Man,
definitely somebody I enjoy playing next to. Watched him a little bit when I was a kid and he was at South Carolina. So I look forward to speaking with him more and getting to know him a lot better.
Jason Wilde.
Golly.
Brandon, did I read it right that you went to the NFC Championship game in Seattle and watched it as a fan?
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
How did that come about, and how do you feel now about the fact that, you know, in 6 months you could be playing in a game like that with this team?
It's a special environment. It's something that you really strive for. So I look forward to it and being able to get in that kind of environment.
Ellie French.
Brandon, did you always believe that you could be a guy to one day play in the NFL and be drafted, or did it take some time for you to kind of convince and believe that you could get to this moment?
What quotes you
it's something that I believe since I've been a little kid. So it's just exciting to see it come true, but it's not where the job ends, and just know that it's got to take it to another level.
Any other questions for Brandon?
Two more picks left in the second round.
All right, Brandon. Thank you so much for your time, and we're looking forward to seeing you soon. Congratulations.
Thank you, guys.
Well, it was nice getting to learn a bit of his personality.
I was looking up his scheme stats just to get a feel for what he's good at. So it looks like in South Carolina he played mostly zone. Like the ratio of zone to man is like 2 snaps in zone to 1 snap in man, and he was best in zone. NFL passer rating when targeted is about 50, with a missed tackle percentage. I don't really like these because he missed like 1 tackle, so he has like a 22% missed tackle rate in zone. And then when I look at his man stats, it's not as promising. Passer rating when targeted in man is like 110 with a 10% missed tackle rate.
That's still not bad though. I mean, like,
yeah, it's still okay.
110, obviously, but what? how many targets did he have in man? Because Dane Brugler's thing was hyping him up as a good man corner.
Man corner. 90 snaps in man coverage. Grade of 62.
It was a small sample size.
Yeah, 105. Yeah, he's playing most of his coverage snaps are in zone, where he's got like 200 snaps in zone, 100 snaps in man.
I think I'm not nervous.
That's just from this last year, right? You go back to the years before, and you can basically double those numbers from his NC State time.
I think I'm not nervous. He's
when you were reading his scouting report too, they talking about his burst to get to his coverage assignment, right? That to me is like talking about his acclaiming him for his zone coverage.
Yeah.
Whereas his weaknesses were like turning his hips too early, which that to me sounds more like weaknesses in his man coverage. Where you're trying to get in the hip pocket of the receiver. So it kind of lines up to me, like the coverage grades with that PFF has posted versus those scouting strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah, he's looking at strengths and weaknesses again here. It seems to me that the biggest question that teams had was his durability, because he did have a couple of injuries while he was at NCC.
I saw that leaving some games early with tiny. Like a wrist sprain or
yeah, he had some sort of issue with his forearm or his wrist. He exited early against LSU and A&M. Those are like obviously two of the biggest games on their entire schedule, so that's disappointing. So I think with him being a small guy and having the injury history prior to 2025, that makes you nervous. And then and those games that he exited, LSU and A&M, that was at South Carolina. That was in 2025. So I think that is the huge concern with him. And to your point about the man coverage, his route recognition needs work. And that's going to be the biggest. That's going to be the biggest differentiator here. Is how can he get developed at the next level in terms of route recognition?
It sounds like he was getting some acclaim for being like a preparation guy. So,
which is great. I love that.
Yeah.
But then that also needs to translate to the field. You can't be biting on fakes and double moves.
I'd like to think that maybe that was overstated and that he could, get better guidance as to what he's seeing in the film, and being able to recognize
again, he's
those
20
guys.
years old.
Right.
He's 20 years old. How much were we expecting from him?
Right.
At age 20. I do think that the size is the bigger concern. If you're looking for things to be concerned about, it's the size. It's how is he going to hold up at the next level here? That to me is the.
I'd like them to stick with more zone-based defenses just to help him out, because it sounds like that is his strength. So, I mean, I don't know if we can run more zone than we ran last year, where we had like 70% or 80%, but forgot what it was.
Maybe the unfortunate thing is he's going to be out there a lot as a rookie due to how that room is constructed.
Yeah. Yeah, Jake Slaughter go to the Chargers.
Least shocking pick of all time. All right, who are you desperately hoping is going to fall to them at 84? Is there anybody that you would be trading up for?
Jermon McCoy to 84.
Do you imagine if they really could double up on that?
If he goes to 84 and they don't pick him, I'd be mad, because I'm like, you can't.
But at the same time, then you're like, okay, but nobody else has bitten either. Like it's taken.
Like there must be something long. Like he's never going to play a snap in the NFL. And no one's going to draft him.
Right.
Like it's some secret information that no one knows.
Like we all got hoodwinked here.
Yeah. Because there's no way you watch that film from the previous year and think, this guy's trash, he's never going to be good. Like,
he's so good.
He was like in that his 24 tape was like, I don't think he was eligible that year, but if he could have came out that year, like
he wasn't, right? So I had to wait.
He would have been a first round prospect that year. Like, I don't know.
Well, obviously he didn't play another snap. You can't improve your draft stock by not playing.
So, and I think he was just like, I think he just sat out because he wasn't going to risk further injury. Cisse or McCoy?
What? Who did I want more?
No, Too Old for This asked if he had injuries before last year.
Did McCoy have injury? So McCoy missed the 2025 season with an ACL tear that he experienced in the 2024 season, which was when he was elite but too young to go to the draft. That was that situation. Here's some more on Cisse. When you watch his tape, you quickly notice first-round talent, especially when you watch him operate in man coverage situation. He's got that rare combination of length, speed, and hip fluidity that translates immediately to Sundays, where receivers are faster and route trees are more complex. His ability to mirror releases and close on throws at the catch point gives him a legitimate foundation to build on. And the physical tools are absolutely there for him to develop into a lockdown boundary corner who can erase half the field. Exciting. The explosiveness he shows triggering downhill and screens and perimeter runs adds values as a force player in the run game, even if his tackling technique needs serious refinement. Defensive coordinators will love his willingness to press and jam at the line, knowing he's got the recovery wheels to make up for occasional lapses in technique. By the way, I'm just going to say, as we sit here today, I like the Cisse pick more than I liked Bullard or Stokes at this point.
Mm-hmm. I would have rather had Cisse in the position that we took Stokes in. Like, what did we take Stokes at, like 28 overall? Like, if we took Cisse at 28 overall over Stokes, that would have been.
And again, I think Cisse absolutely could have been
a first round value.
Well, I think that the Packers probably would have been very willing to take him there. I'm not sure who would have gone in between there and here.
Because a lot of the times it's like when you're making
didn't Chris
your board,
Johnson go after our pick that we gave to the Cowboys?
Cowboys, yeah, I think he did. Yeah, because we had like the 20th overall pick or something. Yeah.
We were 20 and they traded back to 23.
Yeah, he went to 27.
Tool for this says, is that the only injury McCoy had? No. So he had the torn ACL, but he also had knee issues before the ACL tear.
He had an ACL, an MCL, an LCL, an HCL.
That's a lot of L's.
There's another CL there. I forget which it is.
Yeah, the knee was a concern, I guess, before the ACL, but what the NFL teams are nervous about is not the ACL tear itself. It's the other damage to the knee structure. They're worried about a cartilage defect that they think probably is going to require another surgery to fix. Okay, and is that the end of it at that point? We don't know that.
ACL, PCL, MCL, LCL. It's like, I knew there was a few of them. And it was like, you only really hear about the ACL and MCL injury.
12 said, ACL hit a hydrochloric injury? Not good. That's what Crazy 8 had in Breaking Bad. He had a HCL injury.
The PCP, the PCL. Posterior cruciate ligament.
Carson Beck went.
No way.
At 65.
He went to Miami. Oh my. Sorry.
Anyadim went to the Broncos at 66.
I am not surprised the Cardinals took Carson Beck. I didn't think it would be at 65, but I was kind of hoping they'd use their 4th round pick. What was he consensus? I'm kind of wondering. 104? Well, you need a lot of QB2s if you're the Cardinals, because, what else are you going to do?
Cardinals getting Carson Beck as the third QB off the board. That's interesting. I'm not surprised that it wasn't Cole Payton, but I would have expected Cade Klubnik or Garrett Nussmeier before Carson Beck.
Or maybe Drew Aller for the Aller fans.
Oh, Drew Aller is horrific. Don't talk about Drew.
When we met last year, I was like, I'm an Aller fan. And then this year happened, and I'm like, I hate it.
Oh, Bud Clark went to the Seahawks. That's a really good pick. I love Bud Clark. Senior Bowl superstar.
Wait, was there a trade?
You already mentioned Jake Slaughter to the Chargers.
End of the second.
I don't see a. Let me see here. I got the tab over here. So that was in the second round, and that was not a trade. It was just pick 32 of the second round, so pick 64 overall. So
Bud Clark, that TCU defense got some stars.
I think he was kind of the engine for it, frankly.
I was like, was there anyone other than those backs? Eric McAllister. Obiazior. I can't even say his name. Yeah. Bud Clark, Elms, or Neal. And Obiazior. There's some other people there, but they're all undrafted free agents.
Let's look here who might. Did you say Julian Neal was gone? No, IGB is gone.
Jalen Everett's still available?
Yep, he is. Which just goes to show you, Goody, you wouldn't have needed to take him at 52, perhaps. Let's see. Tight end, we've had a few guys go. Stowers is gone. Burkhercher is gone. Wasn't there another one?
Keith Abney?
I don't like Abney at all. No, I'm out on Abney.
Malik Muhammad, Keontae Scott, Willie.
Abney is tiny and unathletic.
Yeah.
And he's got short arms.
Mm-hmm. You like
his size.
I feel like when they talk about short arms, long arms, defense is where it matters the most. Because on the defensive line, batted passes, getting your hands up every inch matters.
Yes, absolutely.
And your corner, being able to get your hand up just that extra few inches to bat that ball away. But they talk about it so much as offensive line, and it doesn't the analytics don't show up. But I also feel like those analytics might be biased a bit, in that people see arm length in later round talents, and they're like, arm length equals good, caveman.
Probably.
I want arm length, and then it drags down that side of the graph. Whereas the excellence that you see there is from people who know how to use their length to execute at that position.
Tyler Durst was asking if Big Citrus was a visit. He was not a visit for the Packers. Dominique.
He is a popular. He's an MVP pick, though. I remember this, even though you don't see it anymore. MVP name? Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Best nickname of the draft, maybe.
Well, I think Vanilla Gorilla beats him out.
Oh yeah. I was like, wasn't there somebody else?
Still pretty good.
There's another one too, I think.
Oh, yeah. I'm trying to think who that would be. Those are the ones that we talked about the most, I think.
Yeah. Somebody made a list.
Rodriguez. Barham's still available.
Sadiq the Freak.
I still am just amazed that is Cisse on here? Why isn't
apparently Zachariah Branch has the nickname the Human Joystick.
That's not a good nickname. Do you like that one?
That's a horrible nickname. I I like
Do you
this.
want to see the
Who is
human
this?
joystick?
Squirrel White for being shifty and making defensive backs nuts.
Oh, I know the Will Lee, the blanket. That's the one.
Oh. Is that his name though? Squirrel?
Well, Squirrel White is a player.
That's not, I don't think that counts as a nickname. Unless his first name is not Squirrel. I just assumed.
Well, I think he goes by Squirrel.
Apparently Lee Hunter is called the Fridge.
So look at this here. Yes, Lee Hunter is called the Fridge. Brian Maffey had Cisse listed as a nickel. So that's interesting to me. So
yeah, because he played more outside than inside.
Yeah. I'm guessing it's just because of the size. 189 pounds.
Dante Corleone, the Godfather. For whatever reason, I forgot about that one. Elijah Surratt, Waffle House.
Waffle. Oh, because he's always open. I got it. I got it.
I like that. That's a good one.
Cool for this says, who's the Iceman of this draft? That would be Carson Beck. McNeil Warren is gone. I'm sad that Jake Slaughter is not going to be a Packer. Markel Bell to the Eagles. Kieran Crawford to the Raiders. Of course, Tyler Onyedem to the Broncos.
Oh, see, yeah. Squirrel White's real name is not Squirrel. It's Marcarius Malik White.
Marcarius Malik. I can kind of see why he went by Squirrel. That's easier to say.
Mm-hmm.
And does Marcarius have a Q in it?
Yes.
All right, so he's keeping the Q. I dig it. Markel Bell going to the Eagles makes sense. He is absolutely massive. I can see them really liking the idea of hitting on him.
He is the who is that Ohio State right tackle, DeJuan Jones?
DeJuan Jones with hands like a trash can lid.
Yeah. I loved watching his film where he just like guys would try to run around him and he'd be like, my arm is another person. He just can't get around it. Like 6'8", 400 pounds.
Kai Becton replacement. Yeah. Well said, Dershel.
Reminds me of what was that SNL skit where they were talking about their buddy and he just kept getting bigger and bigger and his like escapades. He's like, this guy, he slept with my wife. No.
I don't know this one.
No.
I think it's interesting that Maffey had him listed as a nickel because I don't see that for him at all. Like all the scouting reports we read are describing him as a true outside man corner prospect. Talking about if you actually hit on his upside, he can play the field or the boundary, and he can shut the boundary down.
Bill Brasky, you know the Bill Brasky sketch.
Bill Brasky, I don't know.
They're just like
what decade of
it was in the 90s with Farley and Will Ferrell.
Back when SNL was funny.
Yeah. And they're like drinking around a table. They're like, let me tell you about Bill Brasky. They're like 6'5", 250 pounds, son of a bitch. And then and they keep going on. And they're like, every time each one of them shares a story, he gets bigger and taller. By the end, he's like 6'9" or 7 foot tall, 450 pounds.
So if Gannon's going to be using Cisse in primarily zone match
Mhm.
principal schemes. A lot of quarters, cover 6, off coverage. He's going to want Cisse playing with his eyes on the QB, which is not currently his strength. That's going to be something he's going to have to develop. And again, he's 20 years old. I'm not that worried about him being unrefined at this point. This is like a Packers first round pick in the second round. Just like massive upside, kind of unrefined, except that he was still productive in college and massively productive in high school.
I think that like Gannon's like defense is more of like a zone heavy utilization where he's like he'll use multiple, he'll use 3 safeties a lot. He's running a lot of cover 4. So I feel like having guys like Carrington Valentine, who is like predominantly a zone defender, and Cisse, it does make a lot of sense, like the more that I think about it, and marrying that to what Gannon has ran in Philadelphia and in Arizona. Like usually he'll have like a light blitz where he's like only bringing 1. So like that kind of works when you have only the one guy you trust in, like Parsons, right? If you're bringing that one extra guy, it's going to be someone like him rather than. And then you can utilize that extra safety with like Evan Williams and.
Sam Roush went to the Bears, by the way, which I hate.
Nice. They're always. I feel like they do take a lot of the guys who we seem to be fans of. I think I said that to you one time. I feel like it's like a conspiracy in it. McKinney, I was like thinking of Xavier.
The Lions openly do that.
They're like, they're going to like this guy, so I'm going to take him.
Yeah. Like you look at, that's how they ended up with, I want to say Avion Terrell, but that's obviously that was this year.
I don't mind them taking Roush though. I hate it because I'd rather have him, but because they have Loveland, it's like he's not going to be on the field as much. So I'm like, I feel like it's kind of more of a wasted pick for them. Like unless you're running a 2 tight end set.
The Bears love to run
heavy
the ball.
sets.
That's what they want their defense to be. They want to get big and push you around.
Mm-hmm.
The Packers are not overly big on defense. They got a lot of small guys on defense. So, it's not a bad strategy for them. Going back
still
to
running a lot with DeAndre Swift and Kyle Monungai and Rashawn Johnson. Those prospects I liked.
I think the Bears should pick up another running back in this draft. Actually, I think they should.
Yeah.
Well,
I think they shouldn't. I think they should just pick kickers from here on out. Just load up on kickers.
What if the Bears take Mike Washington or Keelan Black? That'd be interesting. I know exactly who the pick is. I can tell you exactly who the Bears can draft for running back.
Who they would want at running back?
Adam Randall, biggest running back you've ever seen. That's
I don't think I've watched Clemson's run game.
So Adam Randall, check this out. 6'2" and 5'8", 232 pounds, 9.44 relative athletic score, and a 4.5 40. This is absolutely where they're going. The Bears are going to love Adam Randall.
Just to have another pound the ball.
That's what they're doing, man. I'm calling it. The Bears are taking Adam Randall.
I'm like, I feel like I'm kind of out. Like normally I like to be a fan of like the late round, 6th and 7th round running backs, but there's just not a lot of guys there that I'm really drawn to. Like maybe Noah Whittington, who's kind of fallen out of favor.
I like Noah Whittington.
I liked he didn't declare this year, but the ASU running back, what's his name? Keith Black, maybe? I gotta look at this.
You're not thinking of Keelan Black, are you?
No.
Romello Height, Texas Tech defensive end, went to the 49ers. He was in Green Bay for a 30 visit.
Oh,
I want to go back to Cisse as a fit for Gannon's scheme.
Mm-hmm.
I think
Brown.
that his who?
Raleek Brown, who I think who must have transferred.
Can you spell that? Wait, is he in this draft class?
He's going to play for Texas Longhorns next year.
Oh, okay. So he's not on here.
But he was really good for ASU.
I'll have to check him out.
Yeah, we'll see him. I think he'll probably declare next year. Okay, the fit for Cisse.
So one of the things that I think is going to be probably a high priority for the Packers defensive coaching staff trying to get him ready for this year. It's going to be his ability to pass off routes. I'm a little nervous about that. It's something the Packers corners have already been struggling with for years in Green Bay through the past, 2 coordinators. And this is going to be a huge thing for Gannon. You're gonna need to get a guy who's already struggling a bit with route recognition to, with consistency, pass these guys off in coverage and pick up the next assignment.
Mm-hmm.
And if he can't do that, he can't be on the field. Or we're going to have experienced teams or experienced quarterbacks working crossing routes, just absolutely eating our lunch. And so you can't have them out there. And so you have to rely on the vets, which I don't want to do because I think our vets have a very low ceiling, all of them. It's maybe, and I think we're going to keep dipping at cornerback in this draft class. I could see us maybe not at 84, but maybe 120. Maybe 120 is a Ephesians Prysock or Will Lee or I'm trying to think here. Let me look who's roughly projected to go around 120.
You know what one thing that I think was interesting
that'd
was
be like Tech Davis, Ephesians Prysock, Charles Demings, Devin Marshall.
One thing that I think was interesting was so Joe Barry comes to us in 2021 with a heavy background in linebackers, and we draft linebackers, right? And then Jeff Hafley comes to us with a background in defensive backs, but we don't take any defensive backs. So we don't. Yeah. I feel like we didn't really get to develop that much there. But now we have Jonathan Gannon, who's also got a background in corners, so maybe we can get that improved in corner play. And we have Cisse.
If we could fix the defensive line and the cornerbacks, I'm feeling really good. I mean, the linebacker room that we stocked up under Joe Barry has been dumped. They're all gone. It's Edgerrin Cooper and nobody.
Or whatever. Whatever you want to think about the Missouri guy who hasn't.
You think of McClellan?
No, the linebacker we picked up from Missouri. We drafted him early. I think a lot of people.
Hopper.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
He's still up in the air if he's going to do anything. Yeah, I don't think a lot of us were very impressed, but I feel like
he's got some massive fans in the Packers fan base. But he, to his credit, he came in and played a little bit in 2025 and looked pretty decent. He was getting some tough assignments in coverage and did decent. And I thought this guy was gonna be pure special teamer, no upside as a defensive prospect. So I couldn't believe they took him in the 3rd round. But if he ends up, popping off and really being a contributor,
being that extra,
that's what you need. Right. You need, if we're draft and develop,
he needs to be the extra.
Give him time to develop. It's time. It's go time for him. Like,
yeah, it's going to be him and
spending
Cooper
a high draft pick on a rookie linebacker to come in and play meaningful snaps for us here because Tyron Hopper can't get on the field. Like that's how draft and develop fails, right?
Yeah. At this point, it's him and Cooper. Like those are your off-ball linebackers in your.
Yeah, I mean, you got Zaire Franklin that we brought in.
Yeah, I mean, I talked to my buddy who's like a Colts addict was so relieved to be rid of Zaire Franklin. He's like, I've never seen somebody celebrate so much for tackling somebody like 7 yards from contact. Because he it's like an exaggerated takedown of somebody and they just continue to gain yardage as you're taking them down.
Right.
I'm just like, yeah, I think he's, they'll probably start Zaire just because he's a veteran, but I'd rather see Hopper in his place and just have Zaire as that extra man in case you're going to run some more 3-4 or something. I don't know. And you're going to make somebody in that case, I'd make Cooper my strong side. Which I feel like he's the best weak side guy you got, but
we have a bunch of weak side guys.
Yeah.
That's kind of exclusively how the room has been constructed. It's a whole bunch of will linebackers.
Just give them easy strong side assignments where their only goal is to go after the quarterback, right? You get Colin as your strong side, going after the quarterback, with Cooper being your reliable weak side guy in open space, and then Hopper or Zaire is kind of your Mike, and just like, okay.
Antonio Williams to the Commanders.
There's another name that I
wide
just
receiver
want to fall.
Clemson. Did you like him?
No.
Yeah. I never enjoy the Clemson skill players ever. Anyways, so
yeah, I feel like even in the years like this year, I was like, Clemson's going to be the team to watch because they had so many players preseason in the top 30. And then they just all fell apart. It's like, what happens?
It wasn't a good team.
They're like cursed.
It wasn't a good team. I thought a lot of their really prestigious players weren't that good. I didn't like Peter Woods very much. I didn't like Kate Klubnik very much. I didn't really watch Antonio Williams. I didn't feel like I had any reason to. Who else did they even have? They had
Jakario Davis to the Bengals at 72.
Wow. Run on cornerbacks beginning, probably. Capehart, maybe we like.
I was wondering whether Jakario would go ahead of Price Hawks.
I expected that Jakario would go earlier, but that's not who I liked. Giants just traded up. They're on the clock. I bet they traded it for corner, frankly.
Zachariah Branch?
Either corner or wide receiver.
Branch is still on. I don't understand.
Still out there, man. He's still out there.
Georgia was such a weird case because like Zachariah Branch was running all of these screens and like these short area routes where like his shiftiness is where Oscar Delp.
What, did Delp go to the Giants?
He went to the Saints. 73. so much for the bingo board. But Zachariah Branch ran all these like shifty behind the line of scrimmage screens or like short routes, and like you didn't see like Delp get those targets, so like Delp kind of suffered for it. But like the whole like I guess I kind of defer to, the ESPN commentary from like Kuiper and company was like really high on Branch as being this potential first round prospect. And we're going to tear his hair out if he makes it to the third or out of the third round or something like that. And I was like, yeah, but he's not really demonstrating like a full breadth of what he can do as a receiver with like his mid and long and, these intermediate routes. It just looked so like gimmicky. It reminded me a lot of who's that Packers receiver who we took
Savion?
No, it was a few years ago. And I think it was in like 01. And he was only there for like a full season. We took him in like the second round. That's like the replacement for Cobb. Before Jaden Reed.
Oh, 21. Amari Rogers.
Yeah, Amari Rogers.
Yeah, he was a third rounder.
He reminded me a lot of like those two reminded me a lot of each other because like Amari Rogers was doing a lot of shifty stuff in these short routes too. And I was like,
Malachi Fields. The Giants they went by Malachi Fields. So we were right about wide receiver.
Nice.
So it's interesting. So Malachi was projected to go behind Branch, Chris Brell, and Chris Brazel, who I don't like Chris Brazel in the slightest. I'm very out on Chris Brazel.
A lot of people are out on our Tennessee receivers. There's like almost like a meme about it now, about how Tennessee receivers can't succeed.
Well, yeah. I mean,
their offense is so weird. Yes. It's like this weird air raid, super spread. So you're like
the thing with Brazel is that he's a transfer and he had success before going to Tennessee. So people were not lumping him in with the Tennessee receivers for that reason. I just don't like him because I think he's so limited. Like I don't see what the
big guy go fast. Big guy go fast.
Well, he's big, but he's scrawny. He's a toothpick. Sure. He's running fast, but he's a toothpick. But his entire game is like the jump balls. He can't really. It's like jump balls, yes. Contested catches, no. Okay.
That's not what you like to see.
No, thanks for that. No.
I don't like to see people who one of their most renowned things or most known things is being that jump ball, or even just like. This guy's really good at contested catches. I was like, I would prefer you be a prospect who isn't even known what they can do in a contested catch situation, because at the college level, you're always open and you're always separate.
Yeah.
That's what I guess makes me nervous about Surratt is even though he's really good and surefire in those contested catches and he puts up consistent numbers, I'm like, what concerns me is against a better coverage corner that might not be that good. But
he's also
the better thing about him is the lower value, right? He's a third round value. You're not giving him that first round, like Quentin Johnson level evaluation.
And the reason for that is because of the physical limitations. So if you're a contested catch guy in college, but you're slow and small and have short arms, which is what Surratt is dealing with,
right?
That you're telling me that your contested catch strength is going to translate to the pros? I think not.
Mm-hmm.
I do want to. I want to turn our attention to Nick's question. What are we thinking at 84? The top guys who are still falling at this point. Jermon McCoy, 15. It looks like his injuries are.
It must be substantial.
Just terrifying all 32 teams. So I can't imagine the Packers are taking him. Somebody else is going to bite on his upside before the Packers do.
Yeah.
Pregnon still falling. That one's odd to me. I don't know if you have any theories about that, because to me, like other than the crappy shuttle in a 4.81, which is.
I feel like did Miami pick yet? I don't see their pick yet, but I'm like, I feel like
Miami's on the clock right now.
Because they need even more O-line help than just Proctor. So I could easily see it going right now.
And Proctor sucks. So they went Proctor, Jacob Rodriguez. Did they take somebody else?
The Mike Washington pick feels like it could be a thing here. I know people were mocking it at 52, but 84 feels more appropriate if you're going to take him.
Mike Washington.
Even though I don't really want him.
I'd rather. I just think there's way more valuable.
Yeah.
Toolfus says Chris Johnson. Oh, and Chris Johnson. Yes, they did take him. That's right. They had Caden Proctor, Chris Johnson, Jacob Rodriguez, and now they're back on the clock again.
I just want to say this is not.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Nothing. I just have this like old-fashioned brandy mix, and I was like, "This is pretty good." I'm not gonna lie. I got some some special, what are those? Marciano cherries or something? I forgot what the name is.
Maraschino.
Yeah, maraschino. I can't say it. Very nice. I'd rather them take like Skylar Bell or Elijah Surratt. I've just been talking about him and be like,
Bell, yes. I'd be now. Bell though is 24 years old.
Mm-hmm. I'm fine with taking older prospects this year, because I feel like with the Micah Parsons trade, right, you're giving up that draft capital, like I've said before, and you're in this window where you're in compete now, because after like next year, the draft capital from other teams is going to be pushing them up, and so you'll want to try to
receiver here to the
and so you'll
the
be
Dolphins
hoping,
went Caleb Douglas.
Nice. And so
I get what you're saying about, and I think you make it. Wow, Caleb Douglas. Hold on a second. Caleb Douglas consensus 251.
Yeah, that's wild.
That's crazy. Now he's interesting. 9.5 RAS.
Mm-hmm.
He is a tier 1 Packers fit from a production and athleticism standpoint. 22 years old.
He jumped up to 213.
213, okay.
On MDB.
I mean, he goes here at 75.
He was doing
probably
a
gonna be
lot
the
of
biggest
work
reach
at
of the
Texas
draft.
Tech. It's just 75 is crazy.
He's big and fast. 6'3 and a half,
Big
206.
run fast.
4.39 40. He's got long arms, 32 and a half inch arms. He's explosive.
Like I'd rather
This
have
will be an interesting to watch and see if this is one where he just is just got missed, actually.
Like, I feel
on
like
paper, he makes some sense.
if you're taking an older prospect, presumably they're at a high floor point. Like this is what I thought of like Devontae Wyatt, right? Older prospect, really high floor. He's in a position where he's competing at a high level immediately for you when you're in a winning window. So like, I guess that's kind of where I'm at with like older prospect versus younger prospects is where you are in your organization's maturity, right? Are you in that winning window where you can afford to use a rookie contract on an older player and maybe let them walk afterwards? Or is this a guy you're targeting for like the long term? So like taking
Drew
a young
Aller
guy.
to the Steelers.
So we take a young guy with Cisse. To me, that means like you're hoping that this is a guy you're going to offer a second contract to. But your next pick, if you also take a young guy, I don't know, maybe I'm thinking you don't want to have to be in a position where you have to pay everyone, and you want to be able to benefit from physiological maturity, which is somewhere between like 26 to 28. I don't know. That's just kind of I'm in this kind of headspace. You know?
Here's where I agree with you.
Mm-hmm.
Is that with the moves they're making, you need to be a contender right now. And I don't think we are. I think we have too many holes. I think that we have holes at corner, linebacker, defensive tackle, defensive end, guard, the other guard spot as well, running back. Like this is almost the entire team. And then we're hoping that Sean Ryan is the answer at center. So like we'll put a pin in center and say, hey, center might be fine for right now. And we think we're good at tackle. We're good at starting quarterback, but we don't have a backup quarterback. So like defensive end is okay from like starter, but we don't have the depth. Safety is okay. Like there's just holes everywhere. So I guess I agree with you about the point of, hey, who cares so much about the future? We have a really young team. We have all these guys who need to develop and aren't developing yet. So we just need some contributors now because we need to be competing now.
Yeah, I mean, you're hoping, Wyatt and Van Ness and Hopper, like these guys all step up to the level that, they were drafted at and really fill basically the holes across the defense with, Cisse being a new corner. And then, Jacobs, if he can return to form and the continuity along the offensive line.
Wait a minute, we traded.
Oh,
Packers are on the clock. Packers are on the clock.
Who's best available? Oh God. Are they trading up to be like Jamal McCoy? That doesn't make sense. I can't see them taking Pregnon. Are they trying to get ahead of somebody here?
Pregnon.
There's not enough time to look at all the needs of the Colts. Colts don't have that many needs. Falcons, Ravens. I guess I'd be thinking about the concerns of the Vikings. Because if anyone was fighting us, it'd be a division rival.
No, I think it would just be for a guy who's falling. So like Jermod McCoy makes sense. Pregnon. We know they like Halsey. Who else is falling? Who's falling?
I just blew up my tab.
And Pregnon.
Yeah, that's.
I'm just gonna say it when it happens. I'm not waiting.
Sure.
So we gave up. All we had to give up was pick 160, which is our second 5th round pick.
That feels very Gutekunsti. You got the 5th round pick from Wicks, so you could trade up and do this. Is there? Maybe this is Proctor, Caleb Proctor.
I would love that.
D-line is something that. D-line, O-line is what Minnesota wants. So if we're jumping ahead of them, I'd assume that's what we're going for.
Chris McClellan
from D-line.
The pick is Chris McClellan. That is, look, it's the position we wanted. It's the position we wanted. So
that makes so much sense.
Interesting. Do you like it? I was lower on McClellan. We talked about him more and more lately. We didn't talk about him for a long time on this pod.
Yeah.
He was a lower prospect for us.
Missouri defensive tackle Chris McClellan. I think Brian Maffey had said he was a fan. I actually kind of liked him in the same field of Onyedim and Proctor. Maybe not much as Halton. And is Dominique Orange still out there?
Yeah, he is.
I'm like, Harris.
Chat, how do you feel about this?
Halton. Jackson.
Smirky didn't
Xavier Harris. I don't think we would have taken Xavier Harris knowing his background issues. That just doesn't seem.
Chris McClellan.
I just
didn't even have him on his board.
I just don't know why you trade up for that, because I feel like he's coming to you. Like, I'm not really worried about Minnesota taking him.
Again, I don't know that I think
I like him as a
Minnesota
prospect.
thing. I think that
I
there's
think
been a run on defensive tackle. Here's the other defensive tackles available, right? Caleb Proctor, who we like a lot. Okay, maybe the Packers disagree with us about him.
Mm-hmm.
Big Citrus. We talked a lot about how he was kind of more of a fringe fit for them.
Mm-hmm.
Limited player. Grayson Halton, limited player. Daryl
Mhm.
Jackson, we didn't like him at all, and he's old. Dante Corleone, very old. He's small and 24 years old.
Mhm.
So it's if you disagree, if the Packers disagree about Dominique Orange, then your only other options are Chris McClellan, Caleb Proctor, and Rayshon Benny.
Mhm.
So look at those three guys. Chris McClellan, 22 and a half years old, 6'4", 313 pounds. I'm gonna pull this up on. What am I sharing? Let me go back to this. I want to see what you guys can see. All right, you're seeing the picture of McClellan. Let's look at defensive tackle together here. All right.
I think what I would be thinking is there someone between picks 78 and 83 who you think is going to take McClellan from you? And there's no other viable options. So, like, you make a good point about there's probably no other viable options from their perspective, right? But then I would look.
I think it really comes down to how the Packers feel about Chris McClellan versus Caleb Proctor, who is not really the full package and not really ready yet. Chris McClellan is more of a plug and play
defensive, like pure nose
type of guy. And then Rayshawn.
Yeah.
Right. Rayshawn, we don't know, we don't have all the athletic testing on him, but his shuttle was bad. He's 24 years old.
Yeah.
So Chris McClellan, let's just look at his profile here. So stop rate of 11.3% this past year. That's really good. That is run plays that are a negative play for the offense. Smirky says he likes Daryl Jackson better. I did not like Daryl Jackson at all. I was totally out on Daryl Jackson. Listen, here's the important thing, Smirky. All right, the important thing is is figuring out what there is to like about McClellan, because he's here. Right? Yeah, this is the pick. So figure out what you do like about this pick. He's primarily a run defender. He's not. Where's the snap count here?
Run stopping is one of the more important metrics for a defensive tackle. My question is, how many snaps does he take in the A gap?
I mean, this is probably your starting nose tackle this year.
That's what I'm thinking.
Round pick is probably your starting nose tackle. So your first two picks, as a Packer fan, you're looking at your first two picks are a corner who might be able to start this year, and your starting nose tackle. You have to be happy about that, because that's what Packer fans have been yelling about for more than a year. This is what they wanted. Anytime we did a mock draft that didn't have corners and nose tackles, they were furious.
So if I look at A gap, B gap alignment, he takes 380 snaps in B gap, 60 snaps in the A gap. At 6'4", 220, I think he'd be good playing A gap versus B gap. 2 games stand out to me where he's playing more.
He's not 220. He's 313.
I'm just looking at the PFF weight, so that's not the combine weight.
Well, we can't be off by 90 pounds. So let's look this up here real quick.
Chris
McClellan weight. 324 pounds, according to Florida Gators website back when he was there. 313 pounds in. So I think this
320, 310.
Yeah,
Yeah. Did I say something else?
You said 220.
Oh, sorry, 320.
I don't want a 220-pound nose tackle.
Sorry, I'm like, did I say something wrong? I'm just reading.
Or maybe I just misheard you.
6'4", 320. And the 2 games where he's playing more nose than, or really 3 games where he's playing more nose than B-gapping. I'm just trying to confirm I'm looking at the right games. Arkansas, Boston College, Buffalo. I mean, they're probably, if I'm honest, they're probably his worst games. His best games are against like UMass and Murray State, but those are outliers because they're FCS. They're not awful. He played 2 years in Florida, 2 years in Missouri. Pretty consistent.
And that I'd say that's a lateral move right there.
Yeah. Yeah, same conference even, SEC. Unless Florida left recently, I'm never sure.
Chris McClellan was D tackle 8 for Dane Brugler in the Beast. He had a 3rd to 4th round grade on him. That's fine. We got him in the 3rd. Let's look at.
This is probably my most. The best thing that I see on his numbers is his missed tackle percentage, which is under 7% career average, which is really good.
Yep.
I like that he has 12 snaps outside the tackle, so he might be a pass rusher. Little edge play in there. Little change of pace. Rush the big man from the outside.
Yeah. Maybe we start with his fit and nose tackle first before we goof around with that.
Hey,
let's look at what the scouting reports say about him. Let's look at strengths.
Former quarterback? No, I don't know if that's true. I'm just making.
Strengths. Looks the part with natural thickness, long arms, and large hands. He's a big boy. Good mover for his size, who can make plays in the backfield or outside the hashes. Gets into pads of blockers quickly and uses every inch of his full extension. Able to create pocket push with leveraged power. Effective arm-over techniques and violent hand swipes. Block recognition in run game has improved each season. Comes to balance well as a tackler to corral ball carriers and avoid misses. Yeah, low miss tackle rates.
That sounds really good.
Drew says 11-inch hands. Hold on. Let's see. Yeah,
Yeah,
11-inch hands and 34-inch arms. 82, almost 83-inch wingspan on this cat. Holy
I can't even imagine.
Moly. Dude, yeah, when he puts his hands together like this, that's 22 inches right there.
He makes my hand. I'm like trying to picture the size of like his hand. My hands on his would be like baby hands.
Consistent practice habits will fit well in any locker room. Listen, we've had locker room issues for years in Green Bay, and now we brought in Brandon Cece and Chris Mlelen, 2 locker room glue guys. This is good. Your locker room glue guys do not have to be your special teamers. Durable, played in all 51 games the past 4 seasons. Heck yeah, love to see that from your nose tackle. Weaknesses. All right, let's get into it. Tends to play high, especially when he pops upright out of his stance. Marginal burst off the ball. Allows blockers to push him wide once he narrows and loses hand placement. More likely to chip away than control blocks or quickly shed. More upfield quickness than lateral agility. Pass rush is based more on strength than sequencing. Inconsistent timing when looping or running games on blockers. McClellan lined up as an interchangeable 1-3 technique depending on the formation in defensive coordinator Corey Batoon's scheme. I don't know Corey Batoon. That is not a name I'm familiar with. He spent 2 seasons as a backup at Florida before becoming a steady force for the Tigers as a junior and senior. His production won't blow anyone away, but his impact gradually increased each season. McClellan looks like an NFL player with a big frame and bear claw hands. He can be a tough guy for centers to defend when he times up the snap and uses his full extension or arm over moves to create interior pressure. However, he can get stuck on blocks and needs to be more efficient with his hands to deconstruct and shed. Against the run, he can hold the point and respond well to double teams. Overall, McClellan isn't a consistent disruptor, but he checks boxes with his physical characteristics and developing recognition skills. He projects as a rotational lineman on the interior who can give teams quality snaps as a 0 or 1 technique. You asked for a nose tackle, all right, fan base? And you got him. You got your nose tackle. You're not going to get more than this from a nose tackle, especially when this is where you have the option to pick him, is at pick, 77 in the 3rd round. I think this might be great for our defensive line. This is going to really free up Wyatt and Hargrave to be playing 3-tech for us. Got Micah and Van Ness and Sorrell teeing off the edge with Edgerrin coming in at times. I think this is the missing piece. I really wish we had McClellan last year. That would have been massive instead of relying on Colby Wooden, who's in a better place. (2022) he was the backup for Javon Dexter. Interesting.
Oh, he's in Florida.
Interesting.
Yeah.
17 tackles for loss in the last 4 years. 10.5 sacks. 10.5 sacks for
interior
nose
is
tackle
pretty good.
in 4 years. Not too bad. 6 of those came last year, by the way.
Yeah,
last year, 2025 was doing a lot of work.
Yeah, he's basically
he had 4 pass deflections as well.
His first 2 years, he's doing about 250 to 300 snaps at Florida, purely rotational. And in the last 2 years in Missouri, he's basically a starter with 500 snaps each. And you see it like the jump in his, well, it seems I'd say pretty consistent through his years. Total pressure is going from between like 5 to 10. And then in the last 2 years, it's been pretty consistent, about 20 both years. 20 pressures on 450 to 500 snaps. That's pretty good for interior defensive line. I like the whole missed tackle percentage, violent hands, ability to shed blockers. The only thing that I'd be a knock on would be really like getting upright, having like pad level gives you leverage disadvantages. Maybe you have a better situation with somebody else, but there's like, from a third round perspective, like this is kind of one of the better picks you can get for a defensive tackle. Like the other picks, you're asking for something kind of different, right? With Grayson Holton and Caleb Proctor, you're asking for like that pure pass rushing disruption.
Yep. And Caleb Proctor's still there. We could still go grab him too.
Yeah. I guess my thought is like, and here you see Albert Regis going to Jacksonville.
The run is on, man. Like the Packers knew. Yeah. Look, they knew that McClellan was the guy that they wanted. They liked him as a person. They liked the glue guy. They felt that he was the best fit for what their need was at nose tackle to fill out their defensive line. They're willing to move up to get him. It was a really good trade. I liked the value. I think that moving up from 84 to 77 and just giving up that second 6th round pick.
Yeah.
The
question is what you get from that 6th round pick, and is that concern warranted? Where you have to see other teams going for defensive tackle that were interested in it or who had a legitimate concern for it. So, seeing Albert Regis go to Jacksonville means like someone in the war room is like, hey, there's multiple teams interested in defensive tackle. If we want this guy, we got to go get him. And I think we could legitimately see Minnesota take a defensive tackle here. I'm wondering if Carolina, because I'm not sure what they took. I know they need a defensive tackle, but I forgot what their draft picks were. It's Carolina. Carolina took Lee Hunter earlier, so they're probably not looking. But I'd be more thinking about Minnesota because the division rival, disrupting your ability to acquire better players. It's like
I tend to think that it didn't really factor into it. That it was more just that they thought he was going to go. They saw the run on defensive tackle, and like there's not a lot of options left of the guys that we really loved. And McClellan was probably the last guy that they had, and they were like, "Listen, we take McClellan now,
right?
Or we don't get a guy who fills the role that we want." And I think his high character and work ethic probably was really the difference maker that made them go, let's go up and get this guy because we want him in our locker room. We want that added value. Milt Hendrickson is talking. I thought so. I'm going to put this on screen. Where's the share screen? This drives me crazy how hard it is to share screen. Let's hear from Milt. Get on the screen.
We went up and got him.
Is he ready to play a decent amount of snaps?
Who's this?
Rewind this.
I mean, it will be that room. I really like that. If he's the best, I really like that room right now. I think we all do. If he's the best guy, I fully expect him to be ready to roll.
Milt, I know he only made the one start, I think, in his 2 years at Florida. What did they say about him there?
Everything was positive. From what I understand, most of that, the NIL world that we live in and the opportunity, it was more about the opportunity at Mizzou than it was that he wasn't doing what they wanted him to be doing at Florida.
Bill, I know obviously Brian's always going to take the best guy, but you addressed a couple defensive positions. How much better do you think you are on that side of the ball?
See, Christmas, I mean, obviously both of these guys are talented enough to be drafted where they were. And anytime you can add versatile pieces with Cisse in the secondary and, with Chris up front. At the end of the day, it's created a lot of competition, and that ultimately is what's going
Oh,
to
big
allow the team to
citrus
rise to the top.
to Minnesota.
Can he be an instant help with the run defense?
They didn't want it.
Kind of Colby's
Right?
forte for
So
you.
you got two
Yeah, I mean,
people
I certainly
taking
think
defensive tackle.
he's a
before.
big man. You can
That's
see him. I mean,
obviously-
he's broad shoulders, long arms.
Point to you.
He's certainly,
it's just like,
absolutely.
Like you want to
At the
give up
combine,
that,
Mizzou's been represented with players.
that capital when you see
Yeah.
people in
What do you
front of
like
you.
about that
Like with the
program,
Chiefs,
what their
right? They
schedule
move up
competition?
ahead of Washington and the Saints.
I think what they've
'cause they
done
know
is
two
they,
guys in front of them have that
it's-
corner need.
you know,
And you're
we're
like,
all trying
we're
to
not gonna
find an
get that from
identity.
your
Okay,
corner
who do we
unless we
want to
go
be? I
give
think
up this capital.
what they've done at Mizzou is they said, these are the type of guys we want to bring in here. And
They might not have taken a
you know, in the
defensive tackle. It's
NIL
just,
world,
do they
they've
have a
been able
need?
to
Is it
find
a
those pieces.
concern that they might?
But I tell you what, the one thing about those guys, it's a tough group. I mean, they're going to play hard, and you better strap up because they're especially on defense. That's the standard that they've really set the last few years.
And like, I
You know,
feel
what
like
was
what you
going on in
want
your
from
room
these
that just
defensive
felt like you
tackles
jump up
is to be able to handle that double team.
Really liked him. I mean,
Which is what I liked of,
there was,
McClellan and Warren.
he was a
Trevitt
guy
and
that
disruption.
we had on the board at a spot that it made a lot of sense to go try to get. And, we've got a half a dozen of us on the phone with different, other teams, and obviously it takes a trade partner. And we felt like the value matched where, what we were willing to give up to. And, you're always playing that, you're hedging your bets, so to speak, in terms of, okay, can we wait a little bit? And, a pick is just a pick until it becomes a player. And so when we have a player that we really, really liked and an opportunity went, presented itself to go get him, it's ultimately what Brian decided to do.
So look at the numbers. I mean, 13 plus TFLs the last couple of years. Just what is it about him at his size that he can get in the backfield as consistently?
I think it's partly his length, but he's got a really good first step, and he's got a disruptive way about him that when he presses an edge, he can be, he's hard to handle. So I think schematically, he's just one of those guys that whether you're a true odd front or you want to play an even front, you're a multiple front, he's a guy that can fit, in a variety of different ways.
So, Corey's medical just a little too much for you guys?
I'm not going to touch the medical. At the end of the day, Chris was the guy for us.
I think they asked that question. That's a good question.
That's right, I was the guy.
Brian made it pretty clear at the start of the week that he wanted to add bodies at corner.
Yeah.
He had an appetite for nose.
Sure.
How good is the feeling where you're at right now, knowing that you've been able to do both of those things tonight?
Yeah, I mean, I'll sleep a lot better tonight knowing that we've got, and it's not just about addressing the position. It's genuinely, we got two young men. I mean, Cisse is 20 years old. It's crazy. I feel really old because he's like 3 months older than my son in college. So it's just like, I say that to say it's not about addressing the need in the sense that we got a lot better tonight, if that makes sense. And the fact that they addressed, they filled those needs, that's great.
Did you have a sense that the value of this draft with where you were in this draft would line up with the needs the way that they had coming into it?
I think it has. I mean, and we're still, we still have day 3 tomorrow, but there's some spots where we would potentially like to fill our roster. The board so far so good, knock on wood, is holding up that way too.
You've done this a long time. How often are you able to marry that need part with the players that you like? Like, you could have gotten another corner and another defensive tackle at some point,
Sure.
but maybe you're not as enamored with them.
No, and I think it happens a little bit organically when you realize, okay, these are some spots we've got to fill. And then as you're working horizontally and stacking the board, you're going to value potentially a corner over maybe a running back, so to speak. But then, every year of the draft, it's its own living organism. And some years it's, you can wait till later in the draft to pick at a specific position. But at the end of the day, we'll see in 3 years how it all shakes out, but we're really excited after today.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thought that was interesting.
Who was that?
That's Milt Hendrickson.
Okay.
They've
It's
had
like, I don't
for the last few years, they've been having just different Packer scouts come out and be the ones doing the initial interview.
Oh, the director of football operations.
Yeah, Milt. We see Milt every year. He usually is the first or second guy who comes out. I think because I think Goody does the first round if there is a first round, and then it's usually Milt is like the next guy up. And I know like
he's like the day two. He's the day two guy on deck.
Yeah, I think he was the one who did Baron Sorrell. He's the one. I forget. There's one I have referenced a whole bunch of times. Chet says, I think these picks are showing how they took that playoff loss. Nice to see some initiative. What do you think about that?
It feels like they are drafting for need, which I think is what you want to do in a situation. I mean, you're obviously taking really good players, but I think you want to address those needs in the short term with these, younger prospects, just because you gave up those picks for Micah. So I think that checks, that jives with me.
Well, just understanding, that the results from last year were not acceptable. Completely embarrassing, unacceptable. We were not actually a playoff caliber team by the end. And you can talk about the injuries all you want to, but there were roster construction problems at corner and defensive tackle that were holding us back in a massive way. And then, and the offense, and this is why I think and hope that they're going to, not think, this is why I hope that they're going to do something about the interior of that offensive line and still, be investing picks at guard. The offense was,
I think they're
problem. Even before Tucker Kraft went down, it was kind of just the Tucker Kraft show. Then Kraft goes down, and you can see they didn't have any answers, and we couldn't get a run game going to save our lives. So if you're looking at, hey, they've addressed defensive tackle and corner with the other big need that we have from last year, you have to fix that offensive line.
Yeah, I think they're just gonna. I mean, I kind of still stay with my sort of thought at the top of the draft, where I think there was going to be corner, defensive tackle, corner, and then I don't know, like a free for all. And
hold on, the Bucks just made their pick with the pick that we
Ted Hurst.
Ted Hurst, which I'm fine with not getting Ted Hurst, but
it's funny they took him in that
some of our
position.
friends are going to be upset. Jake is going to be hurting for that one.
But I think
all right, continue.
From the offensive line, I think they're just hoping that continuity and growth from that position, like you're hoping Sean Ryan, giving him that second contract, matures into the center that you want him to be. You're hoping, Anthony Belton can become, I mean, I would hope that Anthony Belton can become your left tackle, and that or Zach Tom can be your left tackle. Maybe Anthony Belton stays as your guard. Maybe you can get Jordan Morgan to be a right tackle. I hate that we have 3 left tackle guys. And
I don't think that Jordan Morgan can maximize his potential anywhere other than left tackle. I think that's where we have to play him.
And so I think, I guess my thought is, a lot of those guys they're still on their rookie contracts, and offensive line is one of those positions where it seems the most success that you see in the league among offensive line is the older offensive lines. So, one more year of continuity, I'm just hoping that gives you the strength and conditioning that those guys need to succeed and be that group that we need.
The success of the offensive line, I think, is going to hinge on Aaron Banks delivering on this massive, bloated, overweight contract we gave him.
Was he a right tackle or a left tackle when he was with the 49ers?
No, he was the left guard.
That's what left or right guard.
Yeah.
That's what I meant.
So I think that he needs to play at right guard. I think that's what would maximize his skill set the best. He is apparently unwilling to play right guard, and he's always played left guard. That's where he wants to be. It's where he feels comfortable. The Packers said, okay, they're playing him at left guard. I don't know that the Packers ever asked him to play right guard, but the reporting that we heard was that he is not willing to play right guard.
Because I guess my thought would be that you drafted like 3 guys who play. Well, I thought Jordan Morgan was a right tackle at Arizona.
Jordan Morgan,
was he a left tackle?
No, he's.
I would just be thinking that it would be easier to shift inside from the side that you were working on because your kick slides going to the same side.
Yes. That you are correct. That is how it works. So he played at left tackle at Arizona State.
In Arizona. So that's like, that's our big conundrum is we got 3 left tackles where it's like you'd want to work them inside on the left side, but you're pushing them to the right side inside. You're going from left tackle to right guard, and it's like, I don't know. I think to me in an ideal world, like Zach Tom has been your best left tackle, so you play him at left tackle because that's your most important position. And then,
I just don't think Jordan Morgan can play right tackle, and so who's going to play right tackle for us is the problem. Are you going to put?
I guess I hope that he would, and that the only reason that he hasn't been able to is because he was 1 year removed from his knee injury, and you're hoping that maybe the strength and conditioning a year out gives
I don't think they're going to move
that
Zach
added
Tom. I
mobility.
want them to, but I don't think they're going to.
Yeah. And I guess
so as we're looking at tomorrow.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, now I'm like thinking like the picks that you have remaining. You have 120, 153, which would be to me.
They're at the bottom of the screen here too. We can look at those.
Yeah, they'd be the highest value picks that you have for like a starting position, and then 201, 236, 255 are those positions where it's like you're more so targeting special teams or guys who are just purely developmental. You're not going to play them.
I can't believe Pregnon's here. I would love to find a way
wild.
to move up from
It is wild.
120 and get Pregnon or Trey Zune. To get one of those guys in the 4th round, I'd be over the moon. I think at this point, now that we're in the 4th round, it's okay to start talking about Mike Washington, Denai Dennis Sutton, Grayson Halton. Like these are guys who Jay-Sean Barham, getting one of those guys. There's still corners available. Demings, Julian Neal, Ephesians Prysock. Any of those guys I'd be thrilled with in the 4th round. A lot of these guys are guys we were talking. Caleb Proctor's still out there. These are all guys that we were, saying like, man, you might have to take these guys in the 3rd round if you want to get it and whatever. Okay, well, if we can get them in the 4th round here, and I think you probably can get one of them.
Like the 4th and 5th round, like having a guy who's probably only going to play like 100 snaps for you, 100 to 300 snaps in your first season, like that's exactly what you want out of a rotational defensive tackle, like if you got Pregnon here with like 153, like I don't know why he's falling. There must be something. Maybe I'm not aware of an injury or something.
There has to be some off the field thing or an injury. They can't. People thought he was gonna be a 1st round pick. I thought he was gonna be a 1st round pick.
Like Pregnon or Dunker are guys who can be in a starting position. Like it's wild that we're at this point with those guys because you're not expecting to get somebody who's going to put in 600 snaps plus. And like, so seeing those type of players on the board is like, just screams opportunity to me. Seeing, Jamal McCoy and Chris Bell who have these injuries who are going to miss a year, like that screams opportunity. These are guys who would be absolutely like early 2nd round picks or 1st round picks if they were completely healthy. So like missing a 1st year with a pick that you might only expect, 1 to 300 snaps from is not that big of a deal when you get so much return value from later in the contract.
Drew says Pregnon is 24 and a half. I did not realize that. I don't have an age for him. Wait, I put this on screen. I'm trying to put it on screen. All right.
He's also
I did not have an age for him. He's pregnant. He's pregnant. So if Drew's information is correct, and I have no reason to doubt him, 24 and a half years old for Pregnon. Okay, makes sense then. McCoy and Pregnon and Chris Bell all falling, and Bell's an older prospect as well. Keontae Scott, very old. He's almost 25 years old. He'll be 25 and change by the time he plays his first NFL snap. Jennings Dunker is old. And I would say maybe a little bit limited. I'm fine with it taking him in the 4th round, but like when we were talking about him, like he's projected 61. When we were talking about him as our pick at 52, I didn't want him there. I'd love to get him in the 4th round here. Abney, I don't want. Tiernan, I just don't think is a Packers fit. Mike Washington, yes. Now that we're talking about him in the 4th round, I'm in on doing that. Denai Sutton, I know that Jake can't stand DDS. I wonder if we could ask Jake how he would feel about DDS in the 4th round. I feel like you have to be okay with that. Connor Liu. There was a little bit of buzz about Connor Liu potentially being a 1st round pick. Obviously, bananas now we can see, but there was a little bit of buzz this past week about maybe that was going to happen. Maybe he's going to go in the. Oh, Pregnon just went to the Jags at 88. Okay, we can take him off then. The tumble stops. Probably at that age, the Packers were not going to be in on him, unfortunately.
Can we also add Goot trades up on the Packer bingo?
Yeah, let's do that. Okay.
We got him.
Unfortunately, it's going to take me
And I don't think we gave up future draft capital.
We didn't.
It was just 153, right?
Fifth round this year, yeah. Our second 5th rounder. All right, here we go.
Yeah, 160.
I wish it was like 3 fewer clicks to get this on screen. So Goot trades up. We're adding that here.
That's all we got though. I was checking the reach for 2 rounds because he was consensus 130, but 2 rounds would be like 66, and we took him at 77.
Well, so that's the other thing. There was a question. Let's see. I'm going to start Drew's most recent comment, but I'm going to go back. Where was this? Somebody had something. Here we go. From Drew. A lot of people had McClellan as a high 2nd rounder. Let's look at NFL Mock Draft Database because I thought this was interesting. So the highest that I see is that the Draft Network had him as prospect 51. CBS had him as prospect 80. Remember, we got him at 77. We have NFL.com 82. CBS 74.
Yeah, that's what I see. Are you looking at NFL Draft Buzz?
I'm looking at NFL Mock Draft Database.
Oh, okay. Draft Buzz also gives a couple.
It's all within the past week, by the way.
Yeah, so Draft Buzz is the same thing. CBS is 74. Countdown 85. Todd Mache 97. Athlon is 98. So those are kind of in that range. The one that drives it is like NFL.com has them at like 168, but their ranking is also from like March.
Oh no, I have the current ones. The recent ones from NFL.com, 82 on April 20th. He was 87 on April 8th. So he climbed 5 spots in 2 weeks.
Okay.
And so at the beginning
Draft
of the
Riser
he was
then.
at 82.
Oh, see, I missed that one. That could have been a big go.
Actually, Draft Riser is probably what I would have started with, and I would have been thinking about Eric Stokes with that one. Eric Stokes is longer. I like this. Cisse and McClellan were not guys who were on my short list of like I really like these guys and hope they end up as Packers. But they make a lot of sense. They were guys I was okay with.
Yeah.
And the more we think about it, the more they make sense. And you can't be mad about the fact that they are plugging the 2 big holes that Packer fans were begging for. They did exactly what Packer fans were asking for. They went and got a man coverage corner. All right, he's got some growth to do in zone coverage, which, you know, is what Gannon's really going to be running a lot of. But this is a big, speedy, physical corner who's really young. So any complaints you have about his rawness and needing to develop, he's 20 years old. By the time he's 22, he'll have played 2 NFL seasons.
Yeah, he's not even, is he old enough to drink? He can't even do that when he's playing. All he can do is play.
He's a film junkie.
Yeah.
Both these guys are locker room glue guys, really hard workers. You can't be upset about this.
That does seem to be like
high quality
a theme in the last
people.
I'm trying to think of anything that bucks that trend in Goot's entire history, because I feel like a lot of Goot's tenure has been pushing out the locker room toxicity and bringing in, you know, more guys to build that team around.
I like adding these 2 guys and Zaire Franklin in the same offseason. Zaire, big mouth on that guy, huge chip on his shoulder. Cisse has a chip on his shoulder.
Yeah.
All right. You got these guys who are locker room glue guys, hard workers. Cisse is a film junkie. I think they both have high upside too. McClellan is going to come in. He's going to be your nose tackle this year. That's what you want. They didn't have somebody else on this roster. You're looking at Nazir Stackhouse, an undrafted free agent, being your nose tackle this year if you didn't go get somebody who could come in and take the job away from him. McClellan, they trade up for him in the 3rd round. They go get him because there's not a lot of options there. There's Big Citrus, Dominique Orange. Guess what? Packers didn't like him as much as they liked McClellan. They looked at the 2 guys. They said, McClellan can do more, and we like who he is as a person. We like what he is going to bring to the locker room. We think that there is a lot that he can offer in the intangibles that is going to help transform this defense, this defensive culture that needed a radical reboot. It's needed one for years. And like, hey, it was great having Hafley come in and fix the schematic issue and fix the play calling. That's fantastic. But the culture has still been, you know, problematic for a long, long time. So now you're fixing that by bringing in players like Zaire Franklin, Chris Mlelen, and Brandon Cece. And then you got Javon Hargrave as well. Like, this defensive line is getting transformed. Yeah. The defensive line is getting transformed. We didn't have defensive tackles last year. We had Devontae Wyatt and nobody. And then when Devontae Wyatt went down, guess what we had to do? Sign nobody off the street and have nobody come in and play for us.
We were playing.
That's what it looked like.
We were playing Brooks and Willen, and they were just getting manhandled because they couldn't handle double teams. And
we're signing McDonald's employees off the street to come in and play meaningful snaps for us as we're trying to make it into the playoffs. And then, you know, it's no wonder you have the Carolina Panthers come in and just run the ball down your throat with Rico Dowdle. You don't have a defensive line. Why wouldn't they? You're daring them to come in and say, hey, I bet you can't, you know, recognize that we can't stop the run. I bet you won't try it. Well, they tried it. Would have been nice to have Chris Mlelen a year ago. I bet you we win a couple more games last year with Chris Mlelen. The defensive line was such a bad situation last year, and you're going to have Javon Hargrave and Devontae Wyatt playing 3-tech opposite or on the outside of Chris Mlelen. This is going to be big. He's going to be playing meaningful minutes for us here in year 1.
I do like Stackhouse. Like, I just didn't know. Like, I was always picking him.
He was here last year. He was here last year. He could have played for us.
Yeah, he got some snaps. It was just like he wasn't enough to stay on the field snaps, you know, because he was just like he was really more of a special teams, like jumbo set goal lines.
He can come in and compete. He can compete for the job. That's fine. We're all hoping he wins it.
I'm sure that they keep him and Ford around because they, you know, you need those guys for those jumbo sets on the goal line and, you know, special teams. And
McClellan doesn't offer nothing as a pass rusher either. He can win with his bull rush. He's got leverage and length. He's got what was it, 84-inch arms or wingspan?
Yeah.
Humongous 11-inch hands, 84-inch wingspan. Good luck running around him. And you know what? If you do manage to run around him, guess who you're running into? Devontae Wyatt, Micah Parsons, Lucas Van Ness, Edgerrin Cooper, Xavier McKinney coming up in the Javon Bullard. Good luck. He had 6 sacks from the B gap his last year. 4 batted passes, not surprising with those big long arms. He has some physical limitations. There's a reason he went in the 3rd round, right? His lateral agility, not there. Which is why it's nice that he has those long arms to kind of make up for that. Like, okay, I think that helps.
I think the pad level is probably
he can work at the pad level.
That's probably his biggest thing. And everyone's got something they can work on, And for someone who has such a good missed tackle rate and a reasonably good pressure rating, I feel more confident that he can improve and earn his way into a second contract than a lot of the guys who are basically going to be our 3-tech in our nickel scheme.
He's gonna.
I like it. I mean,
he has versatility too. He's a reliable structure player who doesn't freelance wildly. He wins with power and timing, not chaos.
He can crush a man's head with his hands. I'm just being silly.
I think that he is going to add some ability to eat up some double teams or to 2 gap. I think in year 1, you're looking at him as a rotational nose tackle, early down sub package guy. And then year 2 or 3,
I just want to.
He's a starter.
Yeah, I can't.
He's moving around to the front all over the place, depending on the package, as he gets his pad level where it needs to be.
Can I just a couple things? Chicago takes Xavier Thomas, which is wild. I think projected 258. And then Trey Zune went off the board to the Raiders.
No.
Yeah, I know. That's one of those guys who I put on.
Bears took Xavier Harris, you said?
Xavier Thomas. Sorry. Xavier Thomas, wide receiver, LSU.
Remind me what.
He was.
Oh, that cat.
Yeah. Him and Aaron Anderson projected undrafted, and Barian Brown, all the LSU receivers, all projected basically in that undrafted free agent. And they just took him in the 3rd. So I don't know what they saw. I didn't see really anything I liked from any of the LSU guys. Xavier Thomas to the Bears.
Xavier Thomas, consensus number 270. That's UDFA territory. 5.01 relative athletic score. He's 5'10", 190 pounds. So a slot receiver with really short arms, 30.5-inch arms. Man.
You hate to see that Trey Zune pick. When I put that on the Packer bingo, I put the derailed pick. Trey Zune was exactly who I was thinking of. It's this is the guy. You always get to what was it, pick 120, I think, and you're like, we got to get Trey Zune.
Dude, Trey Zune, I thought we would have needed to take him in the 2nd round, but for sure the 3rd round was the latest.
Yeah.
Could happen. It was exactly.
What did they have?
Horrifically bad.
Trey Zune was consensus 120, and we had pick 120. So you're every time we got to that position, you're this is immediate yes. which to me just is indicative of a guy who's worth more.
He went at 91, so we really would have needed to take him in the 3rd round. So.
Yeah, you would have had to take him.
Oh, Jaysean Barham went to the Cowboys.
Oh, I'm kind of.
Keelan Black went before Mike Washington. Okay, I feel vindicated in that. He went to the 49ers at 90.
Yeah.
Well, I still think there's a lot of quality depth here for round 5. It'd be interesting to see where Jermod McCoy falls. Packers, again, they're not going to take him, but it'll be interesting to see where he falls.
I kind of like Dallas's selections. Caleb Downs.
Draft. I hate it.
Caleb Downs at 11, Mekhi Lawrence at 23, and Jaysean Barham at 28. You can say what you want about Jerry Jones, but he's picking all the guys.
No, he's a good drafter. He always has been.
Yeah.
Mike Washington, denied Dennis Sutton. One of those two guys makes a lot of sense. I don't know Mike Washington's age, but DDS is only 22. One of those makes a lot of sense at 120 for us. I would guess probably you can scratch defensive tackle off until
the Packers board until
for us.
Until those last picks in the 200s.
Yeah, like we're not going Grayson Halton probably.
Yeah.
I would guess there's a high likelihood
120.
At 120 we're going corner again. Will Lee makes a lot of sense there. Will Lee or
that's where that second round
I want them to go guard.
Yeah. Yeah, you'd like can Jennings Dunker just keep falling and we can have was he left tackle or right tackle? Now I'm like, we're gonna end up with 4 left tackles. Jennings Dunker, the bearded man.
The mullet guy.
Yeah.
Jennings Dunker played 2,000 snaps at right tackle.
See there, that's the tackle we've been meaning to move inside.
He's 23. If we went, I would like him to play right guard for us, frankly.
Oh, we just need that.
He's got 32.5-inch arms. Sorry, 33.5-inch arms. He had a 32.5-inch vert.
Oh, he's got
105, 319.
When he first came to Iowa, he played 100 snaps at right guard and 50 snaps at left guard.
Drew says, I would rather go center than guard.
And put Ryan at guard?
I don't like Ryan at guard. I think if Ryan's not at center, he's not really playing. I mean, I guess what's
just trade him? I know we just signed him to a contract.
Guard is also, from a EPA standpoint, guard is a more valuable position than center. Tulfa says I would go Pat Coogan. There's some nice centers available. Matt Golban, I think, would be my pick, but I like Pat Coogan as well. I like both those guys.
And Hack is
Brian Parker's still available.
Yeah.
Sorry, Chris, what did you say?
Brian Parker is still available. I'm surprised. I'm surprised that guard's worth more than center, just because, like, usually center's like calling protections. And so, like, you'd want them to be more of like this cerebral part of your offensive line. Like the Creed Humphreys of the world.
Yeah, but at center, you're just getting so much help from the guards that you can be worse at center, and you are not giving up as much in the pass game, or even in the run game, but especially in the pass game as guard. Actually, as of like 2 years ago, from an EPA standpoint, guards were actually providing more expected points added per drive than tackles were. That was as of 2 or 3 years ago. I haven't looked at it in the last couple of years, but.
And I guess, like, if I'm looking at all the real true guards that are in the draft, I'm like, Jalen Farmer out of Kentucky is probably the next up. There's a lot of people who like Bo Stevens from Iowa. I like Carmona from Arkansas.
There's a lot of guys I like that are still available. I just question whether the Packers are in on him going there. But whether that position is really where they're even looking.
Yeah, Fabici from Oklahoma. We all like Micah Morris from Georgia, and then Vanilla Gorilla.
I like
Which
Caden Barnett a lot. Yeah.
I think he's a. I think he was a Packer fit. So on MDB before they removed it in their infinite foresight. Yeah, I think he's
Brian
a tackle.
did not put him. Brian didn't put him on his, so we got to look at mine. Who? Caden Proctor or Caden Barnett?
The vanilla, yeah.
Yeah, Caden Barnett. All right, I'm looking at him on my board here. Caden, where's Cam? Caleb, Caden Barnett. I have him as a guard. He is not a Packers fit from an athletic standpoint due to height. He played 1,500 snaps at right tackle, almost 800 snaps at right guard. I would have him as a guard.
Yeah. He's the guy I would want in your.
He's just a little short.
Yeah, he's the guy I'd want in that. Guard. I'd probably be looking to get him in that 201 spot because there's probably other people thinking about him in the 7th. And so getting him right at the end of the 6th feels appropriate. I like it.
I wouldn't hate that at all. I wouldn't hate that at all. Mm-hmm. Drew says they're probably O-line.
Oh, there goes Chris Bell.
Is really talking about the NFL.
Chris Bell to the Dolphins makes a lot of sense. You got a team who's
receiver of this draft.
Oh, and the Rams took Keegan Trost.
Yeah, saw that one. So Keontae Scott is still out there. Jermod McCoy obviously is going to keep falling. Jennings Dunker, Keith Abney, who I don't like, Caleb Tiernan, Mike Washington has fallen at this point. He was consensus 67. We are at 96 at this point. Let's see. Denied Dennis Sutton is still falling. Connor Liu, Sam Hecht, who is a nice prospect. He's old. He's 23.
Yeah. I'm not. I feel like 23 is appropriate though. Like that's your full 4 years basically. Right. 22 is 4 years in college. So maybe you're on the older side. You're 23.
It's a world difference between 23 and 24.
Yeah.
But we know that the Packers are
to be 20
to get that boost of
to be 23 again.
I don't know. I didn't like 23 very much.
Not a big fan.
I'm happier now than I was.
Sure.
I know a lot of people are really going to want Bryce Lance. I'm just not a Bryce Lance guy.
Yeah,
and
I'm not really.
If we were to take a wide receiver, I'd be looking. Well, Stribling's gone.
Skylar Bell and Surratt are still on the board. If they had fallen, I would be completely great with either.
Yeah, both of those are not really Packer types. I don't know Ty Montgomery's age, but I'd be very in on him.
Yeah.
He might kind of be the only receiver at this point that I really be looking at.
Yeah.
Michael Sturdivant, maybe.
Another older prospect.
He's 20, almost 24 years old.
I mean, I've said this before. I'm a big Eric McAllister TCU fan, even though there's a lot of red flags with his behavior, but on the field he is just
low RAS guy too.
Yeah,
5.86.
Mm-hmm.
He has slow 40 time, 4.53. Not horrendous, and not disqualifying for the Packers even, but kind of outside what they're looking for. So contributing to his low RAS.
Yeah. When I like scout
Heidenreich, probably Heidenreich or
he could be your
slot. Ty Montgomery, I think would be. Or who's the Lewis Bond? I guess I would. I don't think they will go for Lewis Bond, but I would enjoy that.
The Boston College guy.
Mm-hmm.
There's a couple guys who I feel like I'm kind of like, beyond the draft and looking at the undrafted free agencies.
Raritan's gone.
Nice. Looking at like the undrafted free agents, I think like.
What about Anthony Smith? Do you like?
We brought in Anthony Smith, Jalen Walthall, Hank Beatty.
I don't know him at all.
Jalen
Wait, who's the
Waddle,
third name you said?
Hank Beatty from Illinois.
Oh yeah. Yep. Yeah.
Uh,
Beatty. I got to
Beatty,
watch him in
Beatty.
person. He's incredible.
Yeah. I kind of like Vinny Anthony in Wisconsin. Like Wisconsin had no passing game whatsoever. But when I watch him run his routes, like I'm like, this could be somebody you pick up, an undrafted free agent who provides you that rotational depth. But all of these guys, I'm just like, all these guys are guys who I look as more of like undrafted free agency types.
Jennings Dunker is gone. He just went to the Steelers.
That
That's
seems
a great pick.
That seems so appropriate.
Yeah.
Dane Key and the Georgia Tech guy, Eric Rivers. Those two guys I was really high on before the season because of their 2024 film. They just didn't do that much in Nebraska, and Dane Key's in Nebraska. And then in Eric Rivers' case, he transferred from FIU to Georgia State. And at FIU, he was amazing. But at Georgia State, he just wasn't – it's like he wasn't part of the offense, I felt like. So, you know, if he had succeeded there, we'd be talking about him much higher. But all of them, these guys are like projected undrafted free agents. So I'm like, I don't know. It's hard to talk about any guys who, like, unless, you know, one of these guys falls from like Surratt and Skylar Bell.
Yeah.
Maybe. Like, unless somebody, even like Bryce Lance, even if they fall to 120, maybe, you know, maybe you want to talk about Brennan Thompson, who's like this speed freak from Mississippi State. I feel like the Packers don't really fall for that. Jeff Caldwell, I think, is like this RAS warrior type.
Seen a lot of people trying to link him to the Packers. That would make a lot of people happy, I think. Let's do this because there's the Vikings have back-to-back picks.
Yeah.
And then you got the Seahawks and
the Jaguars to close it out.
Compensatory pick to the Jaguars. So here's what we should do. Let's give our short list of the guys who we're hoping the Packers take at 120. We'll each do that, and then we're gonna get out of here.
How about your top three?
We'll be back here. Derailed will be back here tomorrow night. The plan is to have Iowa Joe and Mike Kawano on here. Jake will be on here. We're going to react to the Packers picks. And then Chris is going to be back on here again on Monday for our big, like, okay, we've slept on it for a while. Let's talk about how these guys fit in with the Packers plans moving forward. And after we've had time to go back and rewatch these guys, how do we really feel? So make sure you're there for that. So, but first, we're going to do our who do we want at 120. You can give a short list of like however many guys you feel are on your short list.
All right, I'm gonna do five guys. Okay. One, if Jermon McCoy is still at 120, I feel like you've got to take him. Like, I don't know, did his leg get shot off? Like, is he literally, did they remove his leg? Because I like seeing him at the 4-day run his 40, like he was testing. I can't imagine why you wouldn't take him at that position because there's just not that much. You know, you don't really need a slot corner in Keontae Scott, but the value that you get from him at 120, I feel like is just tremendous. Skylar Bell would probably be my wide receiver that I would take. And then Grayson Halton as just an extra defensive line talent. And then I'd probably say Brian Parker, the tackle from Duke, who I think could reduce inside and be the right tackle. I think those would be like the five guys that I'd go with.
All right, I dig it. I think here's my short list. I'll go with and I'd be happy with Jermod McCoy or Keontae Scott as well.
Mhm.
So I'll
Just
I'll
for
have them on
value.
there.
Just for value.
Yeah, absolutely. Give me I'd be okay with Mike Washington at 120. I would like to deny Dennis Sutton. Jalen Farmer would excite me. Caleb Elmzor or Bryce Betcher. Ephesians Prysock. Maybe tight end Daquan Wright. The number one guy I think I want at 120. And I'm a little bit nervous because of his age. He's 23 years old. I think number one would be Will Lee. I'd like him at 120. I think that's fantastic value for him. I think Will Lee. Yeah, Caleb Tiernan just went to the Vikings, and
that does feel.
Their second pick is in as well. We don't know who it is. So,
what else do they need really? They could use like. Is there a corner? The Niners could use or the Vikings could use a corner. I think. I don't think they took one.
Well, I mean, Jermod McCoy, Keontae Scott, Keith Abney. Abney feels like a Viking to me, but again, they're the GM. We just don't know what the heck they're gonna do. Jalen Kilgore is available. Julian Neal, Devin Moore. I like Devin Moore, but he just got the health issues. I don't.
You just said Will Lee, so I'm gonna think they're taking Will Lee because now that's more of a Bears thing to like spite our picks. The Vikings don't seem to react at all.
No, it's mostly the Lions and then a little bit the Bears.
Yeah. I think we had this discussion once upon a time about them, these NFC North teams all like.
I used to call it
cucking each other.
So it was like you got the NFC North as the NFC N, right? And people look at it as all-time NFC N, so I called it NFC N Fest. But that was in reference to them always snagging each other's free agents. Like anytime you release a guy, he immediately gets pounced on by another North guy. Tool for this says Prysock, Heidenreich, and Mike Washington or Pat Coogan. Dershel says Jaeger Burton, Julian Neal, Connor Liu. Connor Liu would be fun. Drew says Mike Washington.
I always forget about Heidenreich because his consensus is so low, and I still don't understand it because like watching him out of the slot, I'm like, he's not even a running back. Like,
I'd be disappointed with him at 120. But if we took him in the 5th round, that would feel right to me. I think in the 4th round, there's just still.
Yeah. There's still other people.
We don't know how the early, there's still 19 more picks that have to happen before we get our chance. And I think, between the 6 of us that are commenting, we probably came up with about 19 total players. So I could see the Packers really reaching at this point. Maybe they go for a guy like Red Murdoch, the linebacker out of Buffalo. Or
once you get it seems like
from Texas Tech.
In a lot of the drafts that I've seen with the Packers, they get to that 4th, 5th round pick, and then they have like one wild reach, right? It's some guy who's like projected undrafted free agent who people just haven't caught up on.
I think people would view Ephesians Prysock that way, even though I think that it would be an appropriate pick at 120. Maybe Charles Demings would get viewed that way, except for the 30 visit, kind of help people get familiar with it.
Yeah, I might say
Adam Randall.
I might say like someone like Tyreek Sapp, who was like, I think he was like 270 like a month ago, and now that I'm just looking, he's like 170. Like I didn't really care for Florida's defensive line group, but he's like an edge rusher from there. He's been just a climber. Julian Neal, to Seattle.
That's okay. I kind of talked myself out of the Packers being in on Julian Neal. Chulfus asks, do we have 2 4th round picks? No, that's next year. This year we have to 7th. We have 1 pick per round until the 7th round at this point because we traded away our 5th round pick to move up for Chris McClellan.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So
did Kieran Crawford get picked? Yeah, he must have.
Thought he did.
I don't see him on the board.
Didn't he go to the Bears? I can't remember. The final pick of the 3rd round is in. Safety Jalen Husky from Maryland went to the Jaguars. So there you go. The second Vikings pick, by the way, was Miami safety Jacoby Thomas. So that does it. That's a wrap. Tool for this said that Crawford went to the Raiders. That's a wrap on day 2 of the NFL draft. You got your 2 newest Packers, Brandon Cece and Chris McClellan. We knew that both of those guys were Packers fits. These are guys that we did talk about, thankfully. It's, it's not a good thing when the Packers take A.J. Dillon and Josiah DeGuara and you didn't talk about either one of them leading up to the draft and didn't even watch them. Jake watched them, but nobody was talking about them.
Mm-hmm.
This is
some of the biggest reaches in Packers history, recent history anyway.
Yeah, and both of them panned out amazingly, didn't they?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you guys for joining
had some
us.
good years, right? Yeah.
Chris, thank you for hanging out with me and doing this. This is a lot of fun. I don't know how long I could have lasted if it was just me by myself. Just me and the few people in the chat here.
Yeah.
Don't know if people would sign on for that. Did you guys like this? Should we do it again next year? Maybe we will.
Always good to have another Chris on the Packers. Chris McClellan.
It's true. How many other we got? Chris Brooks. How many other Chris's do we have?
Now I'm curious.
Been gone for a while. Did we have wasn't there another kicker named Chris or something? Can't remember.
We got a Chris Brooks. I think that's it. Chris McClellan. That's it. Yeah. We got 2 now.
Brandon McManus and Brandon Cece.
Mm-hmm,
Let's go, Brandon, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, listen, appreciate you guys for hanging out. I'm going to go give my vocal cords a well-deserved rest. I'm going to sip some tea, and I'm going to go to bed. I'm going to crash hard. This was a lot of fun. I'm happy with the 2 picks, all right? Here we go. 12 of this says Chris the Casual Ant. Of course. Appreciate you guys for hanging out here. This is not going to go up on the podcast feed. This is just for you guys here on YouTube. Hope you had a lot of fun. Chris Jackie, long time ago. Are we streaming tomorrow? We're not going to live stream the draft, but we're going to do after the draft ends.
After hours.
Well, let me see here.
Or maybe like a 7th round recap.
What time did we say we were doing this? I wrote down that we're doing this at... Shoot, I didn't say what time. But I DM'd the guys what time it was. I think it was just at our normal derailed streaming time. Where did this go? Sorry. If this was an actual podcast, I'd feel really bad. But it's just we're just hanging. Okay, 7:15 Central, our normal time. That's when we're getting started. So, the draft should be wrapped up by then. It just goes throughout the afternoon. I think it'll be done by 7:15. So we will have time to react to all the picks, and we're going to be here. It's going to be four of us, and Chris is going to be back here on Monday. That's going to be our big one. So make sure you're here for that. I mean, be here tomorrow too, but the one with Chris is
here every day.
We'll be a little more prepared for that one. We'll have had time to sleep on it over the weekend. So, Chris, thank you for joining us. Thank you to Tool for this, and Drew, and Tyler, and who else was hanging out here with us toward the end. There were other people earlier, but for the last little bit, it's been you guys. So I want to say goodnight to you. Go Pack Go, and welcome Brandon Cece. Welcome Chris McClellan, your newest Green Bay Packers. This is it, the start of our Super Bowl run.
All right.
Have a good night, you guys.